baby. Hi, Anika. Hi, letters from TT. Hi, Lanice. Hi, Trey. I feel like I haven't seen you in so long. Hello, hello. Hi, Liana. Hi, Nana Trish. As you can see, I have Kendra in my background. That is where we are starting today. Hey, Nikki. Hey, Tiffany. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. Hi, Rad H. Hi, Lemire. I'm so sorry to hear that, Trey. Hi, Phyllis. Hi, user a lot of numbers. I know that baby girl right here, has been all over the interwebs. Nikki was in my sub-only live just a little bit ago and we chatted about it, but I wanted to make a public live where people can chat with me about it. I can share my thoughts and we can get into it. We'll definitely get into like some Love Island stuff too, some Beyond the Villa stuff. I really need y'all to get on the Beyond the Villa train. I really do. And I will open up the multi-guest at some point. I'd like to get us to... Hi, Nana. Hi, Trinity. Let me think of the number I'd like to get us to. Hi, KG Plans. Hi, Aaliyah. I think I want to get us to maybe... I think we can get to 30,000 likes pretty easily. Hi, Doreen. My subs are in here. Hello, my subs. Hello, my darlings. If you have already watched my sub-only video, will you tell me in the comments? I want to know what y'all think about my take on that countertransference. This is the email about the countertransference, and I definitely want to start here with this take. Hi, Louise, because I feel like hi, Janae, I think. Correct me if I said that wrong. Hi, Carly. Because this was like her most damning evidence of what he felt about her, about him liking her, loving her is really, I think, the word she used, at least that he had feelings for her. Hi, Angie. Hi, Tisha. And to me, that's a mischaracterization of what was going on between the two of them. Hi, Melanie. Hi, Genesis. Hi, Michelle. So if y'all have not seen, hi, Nevaeh. Hi, Steph. Will y'all double tap the screen for me? Hi, Cookie, so that we can get this live shared out, so that we can bring more people in and have discussion about this. I know that she has been going, again, like I said, wild all over the interwebs. Hi, Tiffany Nicole. She has, I think at this point, it's like 22 or 23 parts. It's not funny. I'm sorry. I don't know why I laugh. It's a lot of parts, y'all. Somebody told her to make a 50-part series, and I feel like she took them seriously. When I feel like we didn't really need 50 parts, sis. Hi, Ryan. Hi, Casme. Hi, user a lot of numbers. I just feel like we don't need 50 parts. Hi, Michelle. We're gonna talk about so have you heard, Michelle, about Miss Kendra here, who believes that her psychiatrist is in love with her and she was in love with her psychiatrist? She has a series right now on TikTok where she is breaking down. I know, Ryan. Okay, yeah, so people have asked me for my perspectives. I did make one video to the public that's only 10 minutes long with all of my thoughts, but that's the only video I'm gonna make for the public about it. So I wanted to do a live and start with the conversation about her, because this is the most access that y'all are gonna get to from me about this situation. I do think there is something going on, Michelle, that maybe she is not either aware of. Hi, Kendra. Are you the Kendra? Hi, Jen. But this is the most space, hi Danielle, that I'm going to give y'all to like ask me questions, to get my perspectives about what's going on with Miss Ma'am right here. I'm not triggered by your own name. I have shared some additional takes with my subscribers, and I will continue to share some takes with them. Hi, AC subs, if you're in here. I already dropped one about this countertransference piece, and I have another video coming for y'all tomorrow about her exaggerations that you'll be able to see as well. Hi, Tamika. I also have some content coming, subs, around Kenny and Janae and about Hilga. I won't be sharing any Kenny and Janae thoughts publicly, y'all, because Janae has asked us to stop talking about it. But I still have thoughts, so I'm only going to... Hi, Danielle. We're talking about Miss Kendra, who is in love with her psychiatrist. And I'm using present tense because I don't think sis has let it go quite yet. And who thinks that he was in love with her. Hi, Miami. So we're going to chat about her. I want to give y'all the space to ask me questions. Lots of people have asked for my takes because I am a marriage and family therapist. And so people are like, what the hell is going on? What is going on with her? Hi, love, Miami. I think a lot of people. Hi, Tanika. I mean, I think that Christina, to your point, like ChatGPT is going to, at some point, it's going to refine to you, right? It's catered to you. I think the most alarming thing for me is how much she has like personified ChatGPT. The fact that she has like made him a person in her mind. Sweet Pea says she reminds me of when men passive aggressively hit on you, then call you scared for not engaging. Yes, I think there's a lot of things in this dynamic. No, Ryan, no. But in her head, hi, Acidity, Candy Crunch, I agree. You will not get any pushback in this live about that, friend. Hi, She Receives. Hi, Rose. Psychiatrist has not expressed any direct... Miami, thank you for the roses, friend. Has not expressed any... Hi, Nola Girl, my newest subscriber. Shout out to you. Psychiatrist has not expressed any direct interest in this woman. I keep laughing, y'all. It's not funny. I swear it's not funny. Hi, Key Washington. It's just so bizarre that it's like comical almost, if that makes sense. Now, Nikki was in my sub only live, so Nikki already knows some of my takes about this, right? Ultimately, it's nuanced, y'all. It's nuanced. It's a lot of things going on all at one time. Hi, Key. Hi, BTW. You know what, Miami, lots of people think that she's trying to get him in trouble for not reciprocating. It definitely feels, I would disagree with that had she not accidentally dropped his name and then left the video up. I know that the video got a lot of like hits on it, a lot of views, a lot of likes, but babes, just delete it and repost it without his name. The MP that is still describing her Vyvanse. I didn't know that, Christina. You know, listen, I think that ultimately she definitely clearly needs meds for her ADHD because she's diagnosed with that. Do I think that she could benefit from maybe like a full evaluation just to see like what else might be going on? You know, things change. Yes, I do think that, you know, I don't necessarily think that like they're being unethical, but I do think that like maybe there are some things that they are not aware of that they should be. Hi, Lisa. Hi, Maria. There are a lot of people. So Ryan, so this is my point, right? So like, Christina, it's not that we can like necessarily use it to, it's not that we can like use it to change like our, treatment. Like we can't be like, well, I watched you on social media and like this is what I'm thinking about you now. But it definitely is data. It's definitely information, and it definitely can be something that we bring up in sessions together. And we should be using our clinical insight. Any clinician that is worth their salt, y'all, should be understanding that this is a very nuanced and complicated situation. And she definitely, I'm about to say some things that might make some people uncomfortable in here, but that's okay. Hi, Aaliyah. Hi, Cookie. Yeah, if y'all, thank you so much for the likes, y'all. If you can continue to like the live, to share it out, because this is, again, probably the only time that I'm going to talk about this publicly in this way. So feel free to ask questions. Hi, Just Jay. Hi, Aquarius. Hi, Ray. I love your PFP, Ray. I said that last time you came in here. It's so funny. Hi, TT. Oh, yes, because I have them, Cookie. I have them on my thing. Okay, so I will say that I'll get into that. I'll get into that in a minute. Okay, about this woman. I want us to be clear. Hi, Jessica. Hi, April. That more than one thing can be true at a time. Okay, more than one thing can be true at a time. Hi, Andrea. Hi, Jasmine. Hi, Ellie. So it can be true that she loved her psychiatrist. It can be true that her psychiatrist did not love her back. It also can be true that her psychiatrist did not do things the way that maybe he should have. It can be true that her therapist was doing shady shit. All of this can exist at the same time as true. And I know that that feels hard for people because a lot of us we like concrete answers. We want it to just be one or the other. That makes it easy for our brains. Our brains like to scaffold. So as easy as it can be, it wants it to be. We want it to be black or white. That's it. But the reality is that her situation is not black and white. And so I will speak from Sarah, I hear you, and I'm gonna push back on that as a clinician. So I watched her videos. Oh, thank you. Hi, Amina. Hi, Katie, my other sub. Shout out to you. Hi, The Real Doodoo. Amina, thank you so much for joining. My mod is here. Yay. I'm going to push back on that a little bit as a clinician. So this is not a dynamic where they are peers. This is not her homie that she's making this statement about, right? Or a person that she just met that she's making a statement about. The reality is that there's a power dynamic at play. Whether that makes people uncomfortable or not is really for us to sit with as people. Hi, Peter. Hi, Latoya. Hi, Pro Blackie, period. And so I'm gonna phrase it like this. If this was a situation where a student came online, they had just graduated from high school and they said, when I was in the 10th grade, I told my teacher that I had a crush on him. I told my yearbook teacher that I had a crush on him. And I would just tell him all the time how handsome I thought he was, how great I thought he was, and how much I enjoyed him. And then I shared with him some intimate details about things that had happened with me and my boyfriend. And then I shared with him some intimate, dreams that I had about him. And for 2 more, from sophomore year until senior year, I was always in yearbook with him. We'd spend time together privately, working on projects for yearbook. Y'all would immediately clock that as what the hell is wrong with that teacher? Y'all would immediately be able to clock that, right? Because you understand that there's a power dynamic at play. The same is true in mental health. And we are trained as clinicians to understand that even though there's a level of rapport, even though there's a level of camaraderie in the space in order for, the thing to do what it needs to do, the therapeutic space to do what it needs to do, there is also still a power imbalance. And so the fact that she is telling us that sometime between January and July of 2023, she told this man she had a crush on him and they never had a conversation about transference. Why not? Why not? And I know people are well, she could leave. That is true. And the obligation is not on her because she's not the person in power. He's the person whose license is at threat. He's the person who has a board with ethics and guidelines that frame how we're supposed to show up in the space with our clients. That's on me as a clinician. I'm the one that's ultimately held accountable if I have a client that begins to develop inappropriate attachments to me and I don't do anything to address that or to help them work through that. And so that I'm going to give her every time, because if she told that man that in 2023, she should not have still been his patient all the way until March of 2025 and they not even have a conversation about it. And it doesn't mean that he had to drop her as a client. It doesn't mean that he had to terminate, what she's saying. Oh, he should have immediately dropped me. He should have immediately terminated me. That's not true. But they should have had a conversation. And the fact that they didn't actually is inappropriate on his behalf. And I know that that makes people uncomfortable because she is delusional about a lot of other things. But again, this goes back to, y'all know that we do nuance over here. And so more than one thing can be true. Hi, Gigi. Do I believe that her psychiatrist loved her back? No, I don't think that. Smut me, please. Okay, yeah, I will say that she did say that they have one more session and she's still creating content about what that one more session is. So maybe he addresses it in this one more session. And if he does, that's great. And I'm still concerned as to why it took 2 years. Personally. So I will use myself as a clinician. So I have definitely had situations. Exactly, Christina. Exactly. So I've had situations where I work with adolescents and there's already a power dynamic at play because I'm the clinician and they're the client, right? But there's also a power dynamic at play because I'm the grown-up and they're the kid. And I've definitely had clients that are like, you're like a mom to me, or, you know, it feels like more than therapy. But really what's happening for them is a lot of them don't have safe adults in their lives. A lot of them have not experienced someone that emotionally validates them, which is unfortunate, but that is very common in adolescents that I work with. And so when they're in the room with me and I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. And I'm emotionally validating them and I'm showing up for them and I'm not judging them about the things that they're saying to me. They're like, oh, this feels so good. This is how a mom would relate to me. This feels like a motherly relationship. So when they say it, that's on me. Hi, Gigi. To then clock for them. I hear you. I think what I'm hearing you say is that you feel this, and help them to identify really what it is the feeling, right? And that ultimately I'm still just your therapist, but that's on me to help them work it through. And the fact that it was never talked about, transference and countertransference is so common. That should not have been a scary conversation. And the fact that it did not get talked about until maybe we're waiting to hear what this last session was about, until maybe the last session, is problematic. Even though, yes, she is not living in reality. She is misinterpreting his actions, his behaviors. Absolutely. There also still was a burden on him to engage a particular type of way. And I'm going to say on the therapist, because if the therapist knew that she felt that, then the therapist could have been walking her through it as well. Even though that transference wasn't happening with her. She could have been like, okay, well, what do you think that's about? Because this girl, she knows she has daddy issues, right? Is this about you feeling seen by a man, and what need is that feeling? And help her to work through, this is not you being in love with this man and wanting to marry this man. This is about you saying, no, what she said was that she would admit to him how she felt, but that he never walked her through what was actually happening for her. So she just kept thinking it was normal. I know that I only know one side, Shelly. But the fact that nobody ever clocked for her that this is not normal is the problem. They definitely were being lax. And I know that that feels uncomfortable, but as a therapist, y'all, I know that we have bad actors in our field. I'm not one of those therapists that acts like every therapist is benevolent and we all just do a great job at our job. Unfortunately, that's just not true. And somebody should have been telling her, this is not normal. This is not you being in love with this man. This is feeding some other emotional need for you, to help her unpack that. And nobody did that. Because this woman, I'm going to say what I think, is still in love with this man. That's why she put on the tortoiseshell glasses. In case he sees them, because he said that he likes my tortoiseshell glasses, right? So she still, even though maybe now she knows it's not normal, she still has all those feelings for that man. And it is on me as the professional in the room to tell you that something is wrong with this. This is not okay. This is not normal. You're actually feeling something else and you are equating it to this because of your trauma or because of whatever, right? That's what I go to school. That's what I train to do, is to help you work that shit through. Exactly, Katie. So it's like, no, I don't think that he's breadcrumbing me to make me fall in love with him. I don't think that's what's happening. Let me be very clear. I do not think that that is what is happening. But I do think that they had a responsibility as the professionals, either the psychiatrist or the therapist, to help her understand that this actually, while it is common, is not normal, and we need to work through what's actually happening for you. Again, y'all, more than one thing can be true at a time. So this countertransference, she gave this to us as like her most damning evidence that this man was clearly in love with her. Thank you, Gigi, for saying that. Yes, y'all, please double tap the screen so that this can get shared out. Shelly, I don't know if I believe that. Smut me, please. That's inappropriate. They don't know this woman. Thank you for the gift, Champagne. They don't know this woman. That's inappropriate. All we're seeing are videos of her. That's not enough information. That's not enough data. And we need to understand that these videos are also like edited. She's giving us what she wants us to know. So to make a diagnosis about someone that you've never sat in a room with, that you have not been in a therapeutic dynamic with, is inappropriate. And this goes back to my point that there are bad actors in my field. Sorry, y'all. It is what it is. More than one thing can be true. Yes, she is delusional about some of this. She's absolutely looking for validation. She's as an ADHD person, she's doing what a lot of them do, which is over-explaining because she's so accustomed to being misunderstood that she is over-explaining because she just needs us to validate what she needs us to get it. She needs us to get it. But you're always going to get a balanced take over here. Hi, Nicole. So while I can hold her accountable around the things that she is doing that are inappropriate, as the professionals, they absolutely had, yeah, I feel that, Cheryl. You recognize your stuff. You know what I mean? Hi, Lisa. Hi, Bridget. As the professionals, we do have an obligation to certain things. Again, we all have boards that we are accountable to. Hi, Barbara. Hi, Precious. We all have ethical guidelines. They are different for every single like lane. Like an LMFT is, our ethics are different than LPCs. Like there are some clinicians that can be your friends after a certain waiting period. LMFTs, we're not allowed to ever be your friends after we do therapy with you. There is no like amount of time that can pass where we can now be in a romantic or friendly like relationship with you. That would be violating our ethical guidelines. That's not true for every single whatever it is. Licensure is the word I'm looking for. And so Fairy, I can actually agree with the fact that like maybe he didn't need to refer her out, but they certainly should have had a conversation. Because the thing is, like, countertransference and transference is extremely common. It's not something to be afraid of. Hi, Jaleesa. It's extremely common. Even as a baby therapist, when I was first brand new, like still in practicum, seeing clients, I had a client hit on me. I chatted with my supervisor about it, and they encouraged me to either like of how I could set boundaries or that we could transfer them to a different clinician. So it's like we get the training to do this. And immediately when that came up, a conversation should have been had with someone as to what next steps need to be. I've certainly had moments where like, oh, my own stuff came up about that. So I work with a local nonprofit called the Second Wind Fund, and they work with adolescents that have a higher acuity and likelihood of redacting. And the reason why I got into this field is because my little brother redacted. So I have to always be very mindful about countertransference in those situations. And when something comes up, I need to either be staffing that with the supervisor or doing some level of peer consultation to make sure that my stuff is not showing up in a way that is putting things on my clients. But it's common. It happens all the time. And it's, again, not uncommon for a client to feel something toward you and for you to address it. It's the fact that it did not get addressed. And even if they were, her saying that he remained quiet. See, here's my thing about her. I think that she is not telling the truth. Well, how can I say this accurately? I think she believes it's the truth. So I don't think she's trying to be deceptive, but I think her truth is distorted. I think that she has a misinterpretation and a distorted truth about what her psychiatrist what his intentions are, what his motivations were, right? I think she is very distorted around that. I don't necessarily perceive her as distorting the facts of what actually happened. Maybe she is. Maybe she is. I think she definitely is leaving out a lot of context. So let me talk to y'all about this whatever this is called, her countertransference email. So this was supposed to be her like, gotcha, he slipped, right? Thank you for the roses, Gigi. Thank you, y'all, for continuing to double tap. I want to open up my panel, but I want to get us to 20K likes before we do. We're almost halfway there. I think that's what I said earlier. If it's not, that's what it is now. She sent him this email with this long description of ChatGPT around what countertransference is. And then at the very bottom, she has her blurb of what she wrote. Now, I know it's small, so I'm gonna read it to y'all. I'm gonna get all up in the camera. Sorry, y'all. But she literally says, thank you for mentioning countertransference to me. I will keep that in mind for my future clients. I will also take your advice/encouragement and set a boundary with blank. She blurred out the name. The next time he says something about my looks, replying to my story. Your own boundaries inspire me so much. That's what I think the context of the countertransference was around. We have to look at the whole story. So she already told us that this man was offering her like mentoring around her ADHD business, right? That they were like having conversations about things. And then she's telling him that she has transference from herself to him. And if he is realizing, oh, you've got transference from yourself to me, she doesn't do boundaries well. And if they clearly had already, oh, are you guys frozen? Am I frozen for y'all? Let me know if okay. Okay, cool. Thanks. Tyree, I was just saying, we're talking about Kendra. So what I think happened is they had already been having conversations about whoever's name that is that she blurred out, right? That's why she references that person in this email, and about how that person is experiencing some level of blurring boundaries as well. They are commenting on her looks, and this is probably a client, right? So this, hi Juanita, this person is already blurring the line between practitioner and client. And now your psychiatrist is listening to you say, oh, I'm experiencing transference with you. He's gonna clock that as, oh, you have poor boundaries. I should probably mention countertransference because of what you have told me about your clients. I don't think that was a slip in him admitting that somehow he felt feelings for her. I think that was about him having the whole story of who this woman is. Oh, clearly you're not good with boundaries because look at how you're acting with me. I need to help you be mindful of how you might act with your clients. Hi, Slayla. Hi, Shayla. Hi, Parkey Story T. Hi, Nichelle. So to me, that was not a slip. That was somehow evidence that this man was in love with her. To me, it was giving, he recognizes you have shitty boundaries because of how you're acting with him. And so now he's wanting to make sure that you're clear about having strong boundaries with your clients. So again, this goes back to, I believe she misinterprets him quite a bit. Quite a bit. She crafts a story that fits the narrative that feels good to her because, again, I do believe she is still in love with this man. And I do still think that they should have had a conversation before 2025. Both of those things are true for me. I agree, Perky. Exactly, Shayla. She is interpreting, but she is interpreting it through a lens that we know is distorted. Hi, Dominique. That we know is distorted. Hi, Maria. Hi, Nazira. Shit, I probably said it wrong. Hi, Gabby. she's interpreting it through oh, thank you for the gift, Dominique. She's interpreting it through a lens that we know is distorted. But I want to encourage people. I know it feels sometimes very hard to understand that there can be bad actors in fields where we want to trust the people, but they do exist, you all. I shared with Nikki in my last live, and I'm going to share it for the 59 of y'all that are in here right now, that you can go to the state board. Oh, I'm glad, Dominique. This can be the licensed professional counselor, licensed marriage and family therapist, licensed social worker, and these will have different names in different states. Hi, Destiny. It is scary. You can go to the psychiatric board. Every single, well, it might be like quarterly for a lot of boards, but they will have meetings where any complaints or accusations that have been filed, they will discuss, and those minutes are public knowledge. Go read them. Go scour and see if your clinician is in there. There are certain things that we are required to disclose around. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Nikki. I'm going to try to look it up. Exactly, Shayla. Yes, Destiny. So each board is a little bit differently, y'all. But that information is public, and you can go and see, have there been any complaints? Have there been any what's the word? Like rulings against my clinician. You can go and see. Because the reality is there are bad actors in our fields, y'all, because ultimately we are still just humans. We're not some benevolent, cannot fuck up, do not have bad takes and views and policies and practices simply because we are therapists or clinicians. And there are absolutely, this is something else I told Nikki, I want y'all to be aware that we have the ability to relinquish our licenses if we like, when certain accusations are made, if we would like to avoid those strikes against us. And oftentimes people will rebrand as coaches. So again, you want to do your due diligence. Dominique, I think people need to understand that it's a little bit nuanced, but yes, she is absolutely, in my opinion, unwell. Yes, Katie. Yes. There have absolutely been clinicians that have, and again, I'm going to give y'all this scenario one more time. If this were a teacher and a student, you would clearly understand a power dynamic is at play, and you would be looking side eye at that teacher for never addressing this crush that his student is actively telling him that she has on him for years. You would be like, why are you still spending so much alone time with her? Why are you not, like, you would wonder why. Right? And even though they're both grown-ups, we are trained as clinicians that we have power in that room, and we have to be mindful of it. And there are absolutely clinicians that will abuse their power. I don't think that's what's happening here. Okay? But there are absolutely clinicians that will abuse that power. Exactly. Exactly, Shayla. You see what I'm saying, y'all? So like, I just want you to understand, while we can acknowledge she is definitely having a level of delusion about what was happening for him probably, she also is not wrong that he should have addressed it and that he should have potentially done a referral out. I know. She was wild, Luigi. She's doing too much. And again, my girl is hoping that he sees it. That's why she put on the tortoiseshell glasses, y'all. But both of those things can be true. Hi, Eddie. Hi, Kazaya. Exactly. So Spooky Bloom says, too old for this shit, Ryan. I don't know. I know she's in her 40s. You know what, Katie? She said he had been in the field for 12 years, so he has enough experience to know. Spooky said, it's so funny when people try to explain to us that he can't just drop her. Like, duh. Yeah, he can't. Oh, thank you so much, dark skin lover. He can't just drop her. And he didn't even necessarily need to. Thank you so much for the gifts. But he needed to have a conversation. And they needed to determine whether or not they could move past this. And whether she could work through what was happening for her so that they could have a healthy clinical dynamic and relationship. And from what she's telling us, for at least 2 years that didn't happen because she still thought it was normal. Nobody was, not her therapist nor her psychiatrist were like, hey, this is not normal. Let's investigate what's actually happening for you emotionally around this. Again, common is not the same as normal, y'all. Exactly. Exactly, Luigi. You know, Kamisha, maybe not. Maybe not. I mean, I just feel like personally, my perspective, just from what I'm watching on her, some of the things are so specific. She is either a masterful liar or she's telling the truth, because a lot of the things she say are damning for herself. Like, it does not make her look good. So why would she say that out loud unless it actually was the truth? And so for me, it's like, I don't think she's lying about what happened. I think she is misinterpreting what it meant. And that might be true too, Destiny. He might have felt like, oh, it's virtual, so it's fine. But still no. like, yes, he may have felt like there was no like physical threat to something like negative happening, but still no. Because that's a, I'm not gonna diagnose her, okay? But I am gonna say, you feeling like you are in love with your psychiatrist, and oh, you're so welcome, Spooky. Thank you. For me, it's nuanced, and I feel like people are being too black and white about this. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna diagnose her, but I will say, I hope he actually doesn't, Cookie. He doesn't owe us that. You know what I mean? Like, hopefully he does, but I haven't seen that he has. Oh no, dark skin lover. That concerns me. I'm so sorry that you have that experience. Again, it is common, but not normal, right? Because really, you don't love your psychiatrist. What you love is you love feeling seen. You love feeling supported. You love someone validating you emotionally. You love feeling heard. You love all of the things that you're receiving, but you're receiving it in the context of a therapeutic relationship. It is not reciprocal. So that is not love, right? I mean, unless y'all do romantic relationships where you only receive and you never give. So I will say that while I'm not going to diagnose her, it definitely is some level of mental illness happening for her to be in that state of mind and not be able to come out of it, because I do still think that she loves this man. And so if my job as the mental health practitioner is to be tending to your mental health, we should be having a conversation about that. Dark skin lover girl, I appreciate you being so honest about this experience. And I'm not going to ask you too many details because I don't want to get in your business. I don't want you to have to expose yourself to this public, but I am curious whether or not he accepted the friend request. But you don't have to tell me. It's not my business. Exactly, Aaron. Exactly. So this is the other point that I didn't make in my video. Thank y'all for the likes so much. See, an appropriate boundary. Exactly, Katie. Whenever you have a level of authority, you have to maintain boundaries. I agree, Luigi. So like, this also goes to a point that I didn't share in my video, but that I'll share with y'all here on this live. This is why we typically don't want you doing therapy with more than one practitioner. It's often contraindicated. There's no reason for you to be having 2 separate therapy sessions. And it sounds like a lot of her psychiatric appointments were almost like therapy sessions, rather than like check-ins about meds, check-ins about, like impact. And, they will ask you sometimes things of like, okay, so what's been going on recently? How has your mood been? Like, things like that. Spooky. That's not true. Wait, clarify what you mean. If you mean that if they're saying that we're taught to not have boundaries or that we have power in the room, they are lying, or they had really bad programs. Again, this goes back to me saying, y'all, that we are not necessarily all good actors. Oh no, Spooky. You know what it is our ethics classes are really boring, and I bet you that they didn't read the text. It's not funny. I'm sorry, y'all. Thank you, Katie, for saying that. Gigi says, this is why I'm glad my psychiatrist and therapist work together. Exactly, Luigi. And that might be true, Kamisha. So Kamisha says, I don't think he meant for them to be those types of sessions, but she turned them into those. That's true, but you know what else we're taught? Therapeutic control. We're taught how to control the room. So the fact that he had been in practice for 12 years and still didn't know how to do that, again, still something he should have been seeking supervision around. It should have been something that he was like, hey, when she's coming into session, this is what's happening in the session. She's overrunning the session with all of this stuff. And somebody should have been giving him good supervision around how to take therapeutic control of the sessions. Exactly, Serenity. Gigi says they are on the same page, same word about my treatment plan. Exactly. This is also why collaborative care is a really great thing. If you can find an ROI with your therapist and your psychiatrist, that is great because they can collaborate around your care. We don't, Allie, but I don't have any reason to believe that she's lying about what she's saying she said, because none of it makes her look good. None of it is like, makes her look like she did like a great, fantastic job in the room. I will say that likely she is misinterpreting his behaviors and his responses. Luigi, you know, it'll be a little bit different, I think, for each psychiatrist. So I know some people, when they see their psychiatrist once every 90 days, they might have a 30-minute session. I do think it's odd that she had a monthly session for 30 minutes each time. But again, this goes back to like therapeutic control. She did. Yeah, I know. But Allie, that's still a problem. So when I was listening to the videos, hi, Allie, I don't know when you joined, friends, so I'm going to just repeat, okay? So when I was watching her videos, I watched them twice, all 20 plus of them videos, starting from like 6 days ago. And sometime between January of 2023 and July of 2023, she has the conversation, that 33-minute conversation with him that she records, where she tells him that she has a crush and she gives all those intimate details about what's happening with her boyfriend. She did not stop seeing this man until March of 2025. There should have been a conversation. Period. Full stop. And I'm fine with people wanting to villainize her. I am fine. If you want to villainize her, that is okay. But that doesn't mean that we can't also hold him accountable about what he did not do well. I think he did lots of other things well, but that unequivocally, he or therapist should have had a conversation with her, because she continued to think it was normal. And there's no way that, unless she is just a master manipulator liar, which there's nothing for me to believe that that's true. I just think that she is, I don't want to use the word delusional. She's mischaracterizing things. She's mischaracterizing things, but I don't perceive her as someone that's lying about the actual events that happened. I think she just misunderstands what the events meant. Rose, no, I don't think it means that. Again, every clinician is going to operate a little bit differently. Do you have a clinician in private practice? Do you have a clinician in a hospital? And we're all going to have different, do you have a clinician that only meets online through like an online platform? They're all going to have different standards that the agency holds them to, or that they hold themselves to. So it literally could mean anything. It does not mean that you were super messed up. Do I think he was scared due to the fact that he was a brown male and she's a white woman? I think that that is possible, Serenity. I think that that would have driven even more why he should have talked to somebody about it, though. If he was worried about optics, because that's real, that is so real, then why are we not having a conversation with somebody about it? And why are we not determining, oh, we probably should, because why am I letting you maintain this crush on me for 2 years that you are delusional enough about, that you continue to mention it to me, and not realizing, like, if nothing else, even if they did have the conversation, she clearly didn't let it go because she kept bringing it up to the man. So at some point, a conversation should have been had about a referral. Ryan delusional is the word. Aaron, yeah. He cannot speak out due to HIPAA laws, which is like, okay, so Kamisha, will you remind me what that question specifically is about? Could it also be possible he had those? Do you mean the conversations? If so, will you drop that? Aaron, so this is why it's also complicated when like clinicians have like Yelps or like Google reviews, because we really can't get on and refute anything that you're saying because we can't confirm or deny whether or not you're a client. So yeah, he can't really say anything. If it is like a case of like defamation where he like wants to take like a civil route, he could, but he wouldn't be able to like come on the internet and clear his name per se. Yes, that's exactly what I think, Ali, is that she's misremembering things. But I don't think that she's lying about the actual facts. I think she's misremembering. I think she's misinterpreting is really what I think. More than I think she's misinterpreting. It's so dark skinned lover girl. It is. I think people use the word normal when really what they mean is common. Does anybody else want to answer dark skin lover girl's question? And you can maybe message her privately if you don't want to out yourself. But dark skin lover girl shared very vulnerably in the chat that she definitely had a crush on her therapist at one point, and she was told that it was normal. Not by your therapist though, right? I'm not sure if that's who told you it was normal. But he never crossed boundaries, never like did anything, but she was told that it was normal. I will say that it is common, but it is something, because that's again transference, right? It's meeting some therapy is meeting some sort of emotional need for you, but definitely a conversation should have been had. I would say that that's something that we want you to step out of, not that we want you to just normalize and hold on to as like, okay. That's so funny, Luigi, about your psychiatrist. Katie, yes. Okay, Kamisha, yes, I do think it's possible that the conversations were had. It's possible conversations were had, but we also know, because what she said, right, that she continued to bring this up. She doesn't stop talking about it. And at that point, if you're recognizing that the therapeutic work is not helping your client to move past this moment, then that's when you want to get curious about whether or not, because again, one of our main things is to do no harm. So if we're recognizing that you being in this therapeutic relationship for me is actually potentially harmful, the amount of emails she's saying that she's sending afterwards, like there was clearly an attachment. So if nothing else, you can say, oh, this might be actually harmful for my client, and so I need to refer out. And so that's the piece. It's that piece that he was obligated to do. That's what he can hold as like his part around it. I don't think that this man was in love with her though. I hope that makes sense. Let me know if you want more explanation. I know, Serenity, I know. Woo, Destiny, that's the part. That's the part. It also depends on who was, I'm trying to read y'all's comments, so I know they're coming in faster than where I am right now. It also depends on who was giving him guidance on the situation. He could have been guided wrong. Absolutely. Absolutely. I agree, as Skid Gel J. I won't like diagnose her, but I do agree that she has perception issues. Yes, smut me, please. You're so funny, Luigi. TNC, I have no, oh, yay, we're almost there. I have no reason to believe that she's lying to me about what she's saying. Do I feel like I can only go off of what I have access to, right? And I agree, he can't share his version, right? But again, and I'll keep saying this until I'm blue in the face, nothing that she's sharing paints her in a good light. Exactly, dark skin lover girl. Nothing that she's saying paints her in a good light. Katie, she thinks she's most deaf. And her therapist is Alicia Keys, giving her milk and her cocoa hot water. You're funny for that. Yeah, her timeline is sketchy, Cozy Rural Farm, but I think that goes back to like just misspeaking or misremembering more than I think it is like, That's interesting. Dark skin, lover girl. I said this to Nikki, and I'll say it again. Like, again, I do not think she's lying about what happened. I think she has a misinterpretation of what it means. Okay? And we know that because when she, for example, the email with her and her therapist, right? Her therapist gave her a very normal, common response. And she was like, she was begging me. So she clearly misinterprets what people mean.
Look.
She's clearly misinterpreting what happens when people say certain things, right? Oh, thank you, 4B Forever. Okay, Katie, so I'm going to say this. This is going to shake the table. Katie says, part of me wonders if he enjoyed the attention a little bit, even though he didn't want her. This is what I said to Nikki in my sub only live. I think that part of him, at the very least, was getting something out of that dynamic. Okay? So this could mean a lot of things, though. This could mean a lot of things. When he says to her, when she's asked him, do you not like when I email you? And he says, it's not that I don't like it, but I wonder why. There is sometimes, unfortunately for us, it was right before this, and I sent it to you, but I was only on for like 45 minutes. Isn't this what we saw unfold on TV the last 6 weeks? Misremembering. Ask it again, Gigi, so that I remember that. But as a scientist, sometimes, unfortunately, we see people as case studies. Oh, I hate to admit it, y'all. Sometimes we see people as case studies, and he very well could have been like, this is so interesting. Like, the way that her brain works is really interesting. And so that might have been all he was getting, was like, wow, this is really interesting data. Not necessarily, Luigi. It depends. It depends. It depends on like the agency he works for, how that agency operates. And so he might have just been being a scientist. You know? And it's possible, sure, that he liked the admiration or whatever, but I do think that it's like, to hold her for 2 more years after this and for her to be so direct about some of it, you were getting something out of it. You had to be, otherwise you would not want to do it. You know what I mean? Okay. So I just think that, you know, again, I try not to do black and white thinking on my page, y'all. Took a long time to get there as a human. But I try to be nuanced, right? And so I can acknowledge, I think that she is not interpreting it correctly. You know what I mean? And I do think that there are some things that I wish her therapist and her psychiatrist had done differently, and that I would say ethically, they were obligated to do a little bit differently. But no, I don't think that man was in love with her. Yeah, the Casey Files, she's still going. She's talking about at this point. So subscribers, I will have more video. I already have one in the wings about her. There's one already posted about her. And I know that she's talking about her last visit with him. I'm going to make another video after that as well. But I literally have, y'all, like 2 pages worth of notes just from already what I had. I did 4B Forever. I did. Katie, as a subscriber, she will always, wow, y'all. Gigi, thank you for clocking that. She will always, you will always have access to it, period. You could just go to my page and click on like the subscription thing, and you'll see there are multiple only subscriber videos that I have for y'all. I have one coming about Kenny and Janae soon too, because I'm not talking about them publicly. I'm not talking about them publicly. Sorry, y'all. Sorry, y'all. Okay, we are at 42K. Will y'all drop in the comments if you want to come up to talk to me specifically about this and I will open up the multi-guest, or if we want to shift? Yes, Katie, join us, y'all. So as a quick blurb about that, I do have 2 tiers of subscription. So the first tier is the Yappers, and we're $2.99 for the Yappers. But if you do a longer period of subscription, it'll actually discount it for you. And actually, I think it discounts your first month too. It's like less than $2.99. But you get lots of perks: sub only videos, sub only lives. You get to multi-guest, you get stickers in my lives, all sorts of things, right? And then my Think Tank is $5.99. Again, also discounted for the first month as well. Okay, Nikki. Yes, thank you, Anne, for confirming that. These are all my subscribers right here, y'all. $5.99 for the Think Tank, and that includes all of the benefits of the Yappers, but we also are doing a book club, and we have a private Discord channel.
And let them know that if they pay for the full year, it's even more discount.
Oh yeah, and if you do like a whole year, it's completely discounted. Cozy Rural Farm, this is not about making, are you talking about me making money off of him? This is not typically, I think you maybe have never interacted with my page before. Please tell me if that's true so I can explain. I love that little doggy. That's one of my favorite stickers. Cozy Rural Farm, I'm waiting for you to clarify so I can answer you directly. Thank you for the follows, y'all. Thank you for the likes. Thank you for getting us to 42K. I think I've hit 160 before. I would love to end my live at 200 at some point. Maybe tonight. We're gonna yap about the villa. Oh, Emmy Lynn, we just did one. We just did one, friend. And I think this is going to be the only live that I talk about. Well, you know what? She just released video. No, don't be sorry, friend. She just did a video about her last, or she's doing videos about her last session with him. So I might come on to do live to talk about that, because I don't plan to make any more videos about her. But I do want to give y'all an opportunity to just like ask questions or hear thoughts. So thank y'all for dropping all the questions. Okay, my friend is not Cozy. If you want to clarify at some point what you mean by that, please feel free to. But the subscription existed before this. So the way that my page works, y'all, is as a licensed marriage and family therapist, I love to watch reality TV. I love to look at pop culture. I love to look at like what's happening in the world and offer a critical analysis of what is going on. So it's not regulated to just this instance. I talk about all sorts of things. I talk a lot about Love Island. I talk about Beyond the Villa. I think I might start talking about Baddies, even though really Baddies doesn't even really feel like a social experiment. It just feels like a lot of like groupthink. Anyway, we'll see. But like I talk about a lot of things from like a perspective, and I do have smart people on my panels. I do. So I talk about a lot of things. And something that I typically do in my lives is we will reference like academic materials or other things that I've read or whatever that inform my analysis. And so that's why the Think Tank also has a book club and a Discord channel so that we can engage in that. I don't watch Big Brother, Cookie. I feel like everybody keeps telling me I need to start though. Hi, Zena. Hi, Maddie. Okay, who's in my queue? It's my subscribers. Okay, subscribers always get prioritized to come up first, y'all. So if you're in the queue and you are hanging, please just hang. I will let you come up as soon as subs have shared their piece. Nikki, talk to me about this piece about the Black woman part. What did you want to talk about that?
Yeah, I just wanted to get your thoughts on it, or if you clocked it when she addressed the Black women that were commenting on her posts and giving feedback and talking about how she loves Black women and we are the culture and she's learned so much from us. But did you clock what was the asterisk at the bottom? It said asterisk. they have quote unquote bro code on their side.
Yes,
And
so I
I
did.
wanted your perspective on that.
Yes, so I do know that she was talking about because she in the caption I think she talked about his supervisor, or in the video at some point she talked about his supervisor being a POC, and so I think what she was alluding to was that they were always going to align with each other and side with each other over her. So she did, because I think people were like, well, why didn't the supervisor step in? Yes, Anne, absolutely. Why didn't the supervisor step in? And I think that she was saying that like they were besties, and so they were going to pair up against her in this dynamic. I have thoughts about, I don't like performative allyship. I don't like performance. Either
Same.
you're down or you're not. You know what I mean?
Same. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
the fact that she, and I get it, she wants to, I think she's in a challenging position because she's trying to like hold her truth and acknowledge this piece. And what I think, and I think I said this to you in the last live, I do think that she is feeling gaslit in some ways because people are saying like that none of this happened, right? And even if she's misinterpreting, I do think that parts of this story are like these things happened. She's just misunderstanding what they meant, right? And so I think that she is doing a lot of work to try to explain herself and feel validated. And that's a very dangerous line to toe, because then you're going to potentially dismiss other people while also saying, but I'm an ally to you, right? So it's complicated. And I want to let you add thoughts before I say anything else about that.
Yeah. I mean, from how I interpret it, I'm glad you said that, because when for some reason, when that whole bro code thing, and I was just like, is she saying that because I definitely clocked that she was saying like, because you're a black woman and he is Pakistani, of course, you're going to have an allyship towards them. But then I was thinking, I was just like, does this quote unquote bro code mean that we have like the bros that are on our side, basically saying that, yeah, she's crazy. That's kind of what I took it to mean
I see.
as well. So I wasn't that could definitely be, projection on my own, lived
Um,
experience as a black woman.
Nikki, I did not clock the bro code thing. Also, sorry I'm late, Tina. I was taking a nap.
Don't be, girl, get your rest.
Um, what had happened was, I feel like it is performative allyship because you took the words right out of my mind, because I'm like, this seems performative, because I paid attention to the way she spoke and her colloquialisms, and she's like, okay, I clocked that. And okay, go off, King. And the way that she speaks, it sounds microaggressive to me. And that's what I've paid attention to. When she said the go off, King, I'm like, what is wrong with you?
That
Like
shook me.
she's talking
Same.
like she wanna be black so bad, and then wanna come with her performative allyship. The minute I saw her eyes, I said, "Ooh, this bitch crazy." I want to say no shade, but I can't. I'm not sorry. This is very much giving white tea women tears, and you're playing victim. What I will agree with you with, Tina, is that I think the psychiatrist should have dropped her early, because that's what I would have done. But from hearing other takes from therapists online, and there's this nurse that I follow, they said that they might have been afraid to let her go to avoid a spiral, but looks like she's in that spiral now. And even with her current speakings, and I listened to Nuance and I listened to Present Tense, it seems like she's still currently obsessed with this man. So what y'all think about that?
I I do think that she is still in love with this man. The fact that she, I think it was by video 3 or 4, maybe 5, she's like, the turtle shell glasses, right? Like, this is what I mean, y'all, about her misinterpreting what he means. So she talks about, shit, where's my notebook with my notes? She talks about how he gives her like compliments, right? And like, she's like, but he doesn't just like compliment me. Sarah, we're talking about Kendra. He doesn't just compliment me. He like does these like roundabout things. And she talks about him like making comments about her appearance. That's not abnormal. It's not abnormal to be like, oh, you've got bangs, or oh, you changed your hair. Like, that is about joining with your client. Kendra, who feels like she is in love with her, well, who is in love with her psychiatrist and felt like potentially he was in love with her. So to me, it's like the fact that she chose to put those glasses on in case he sees these, the fact that she said, y'all found the family, I couldn't even find it. It's like, yeah, there's still some level of investment in him as a human, for sure. For sure. And I think that she still is in love with him. And I think she misinterprets a lot. And I'm just going to stand by what I know our ethical obligations are. There shouldn't have been a conversation and a potential transfer, because she clearly is mentally unwell around her attachment to him. It's an unhealthy attachment that's creating an
I agree. They should have focused on her attachment styles because, like I said, it's transference. In her mind, she believes it's countertransference but she's doing these things, but she's misinterpreting it as countertransference. I am not a therapist, but I am in the medical field. I used to be a medical assistant, and now I'm working on my degree in public health. From the therapists that I've heard from, and for me, I've been in and out of therapy for 3 years. I love self help. I'm a big proponent. I love therapy, and I've had my own psychiatrist. Years ago, when I met this man, 15 to 30 minutes, we talk about how's the medication making you feel, how you sleeping, how you eating, how any self harm, and that was it. It was never a therapeutic relationship. The therapeutic relationship was with my therapist, and there were boundaries. Like me and my therapist, we text if there's any emergencies via a work number. That's it. There's no emails going back and forth. It's not inappropriate. I'm doing well, so I just dropped down to once monthly sessions now. So it's like there's boundaries on the timing and when we speak and stuff like that, and even how you communicate, because nothing can come back to make the professional look like they're being unprofessional.
Right.
And that's where I worry for him, is that he should have cut things off earlier. And what I don't like in the video is, like, you guys, I know you think I'm not taking accountability. Ma'am, you're not. You keep saying he kept you, but you could have walked away. You keep saying that he should have dropped you, but you could have walked away. And I've also heard, I don't know if you guys heard this, she didn't walk away of her own volition. She walked away because her insurance was no longer covering it.
No, yeah, she said that.
And it's now 5 months later, which means you would still be in this man's care. I think that maybe, and then she accidentally, bitch, you lying, you dox this man. You know the internet sleuths out here. I'm one myself. I'm not gonna go doxing people. But it's just the way my mind is. I like mysteries. I'm gonna go solve it. You know what I mean? But to put this man's personal information out there, like, bro, that's not okay. And now you're saying people are doxing you. Well, karma's a bitch. I don't care. I don't care about you. But the truth is, I know I sound mean, but I really want her to get help. The poor lady. I just want her to get help. I want her to get off the internet and go get help, please.
Yeah, I agree.
And
go ahead, Ann.
last thing, someone mentioned that her family was blowing her up on a live, and it seems like she's keeping distance from her family because maybe she doesn't want help. I don't think her family's enabling her the way some people think. I think they want to help her, but she's kept them at a distance. I don't know.
I will say this about her saying that she accidentally dropped his name. Okay, maybe, but the very next video that she made, she used a comment that said, drop his name. So even if it was an accident when you did it, why didn't we delete the video? Why are we using a comment that said exactly, and why are we using a comment that is asking you to drop this man's name? And that's true, Katie. Now, I'm not necessarily like a fan of conservatorships or like things like that. I think that they can definitely be problematic. I am just happen to be like the least amount of restriction possible. Oh, Jamie, I didn't see that. I haven't seen that in the videos. I definitely am one of those people. And I do think that she needs some additional support. I think she needs some additional support. And it can be very challenging to do that, to get intervention because she is an adult.
You know what I was also thinking? It's hard to have reasonable conversations with the unreasonable. It's hard to even want to be on her side. even if we're agreeing that the action is true versus the intention behind the action.
Mm-hmm.
It's really hard because how you are interpreting it to the world at this point through social media is a very dangerous way of operating in real life.
Yeah.
It's like I am scared for people, especially people that look like me, who I think she likes to be around,
Mm-hmm.
to like this is the YT woman that will befriend you and then betray you at the and make it out as if you are the aggressor.
Mm-hmm.
Like this is the type of woman that, you know, I would be afraid for any man to date her.
Yeah, she's not safe.
She's not safe.
Yeah.
She's definitely unwell.
Mm-hmm.
And it's as much as people are making parody and jokes of it, which are funny, and I have chuckled very many times about it. The when I'm getting to the honesty of this whole situation, this lady is a danger to humanity and to herself.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that there are so many people that do support her in this, like, that's problematic.
Yeah.
Can't the therapist sue her?
I think you would have to talk to a lawyer to determine that.
I think the psychiatrist can sue her civilly, but he cannot come online and defend himself because that would be breaking a whole bunch of HIPAA laws. What I will say is that she's very Helga coded if we're gonna talk about the villa. Very dangerous to men and women
Speak it.
of brown color. Ma'am, I'm just such a nice person. I do empathize. Please get help. I've heard real victims of situations like this. Ma'am, you are not one. The psychiatrist is the victim here.
Yeah.
The mistake that he made is not dumping you earlier, but perhaps he was afraid that you would spiral like you are right now. Please, Kendra, get off the internet and go get some help.
I just want to see what his notes are about her.
I think they've got to be interesting. I will say this to Nikki, to your point earlier about like it's hard to like want to be on her side about things. I think that that's why like this conversation feels a little bit easier for me because I don't feel like I'm on either one of their sides. I feel like everybody was fucking up to an extent. You know what I'm saying? Like everybody was tripping. I feel like, you know, she needs to get off the internet. At this point, it's enough. You know what I mean? And I get wanting to share your story. I get wanting to like embrace your truth. But we have to be curious about the motives. What's the reason why, right? And so, yeah, exactly, Katie. I'm literally on the side of ethical treatment. So the only hard stance that I will take about this is that there were some things that therapists and psychiatrists did that were unethical. And yes, she could have left, but she was the mentally unwell person in the room. And it was the person that in the provider role. It's your job to determine what needs to happen in that care so as not to cause harm to the client. And she was clearly being harmed by that relationship because now she's been online for 40 days and 40 nights talking about how she still loves this man, basically.
Not 40 days and 40 nights.
I agree, CMJ. So CMJ or CMLJ says, I feel like she did a lot of this for attention. She's been lacking. Like, does she have friends? So I don't know if the girl got friends, but I do think that part of it is about wanting to receive validation. You know, Amy, you don't think that she is telling the truth about telling him that she had a crush before? You think that the only thing she told him was that Smex dream about him? I want to make sure I'm clear about that. Trash Panda, she is an unreliable. Hi, Jay. She is an unreliable narrator when it comes to her interpretation of other people. We know that because we have evidence of moments where we're looking at the conversation and it's not, she is interpreting something differently than that. Do I think she's an unreliable narrator for what her own experience was? I don't think that. I don't think that she's an unreliable, because if she was, she would be painting herself differently, right? So since we talk about the villa, right? Hilga got on that podcast and made sure we heard all about her trauma and like empathize with her, right? Like she was definitely painting a story in order to be in her favor. She didn't do that. She out here looking, two sheets to the wind, if we're honest. Okay. And so to me, I don't think that that's the narration she would make, edit, and then post if it was about her attempting to be deceptive. I don't think she's trying. I think she believes herself. I don't think she's even trying to be deceptive. I think she believes herself. I just think that she should not trust what she believes is true when it comes to them people. Exactly, Sunflower in the City. Trash Pandas. I watched the series, all 22 of those things, twice. I didn't hear her change the facts. Her dates were sometimes jacked up, but that to me is just like a misremembering. You said, I think she thinks she said all that to him, but I don't think she did until her last visit. I don't know. Maybe. But that's like kind of even the harder part of it, Amy, right? Is that he's not there for therapy. He is there for medication. So the fact that they were having all of this, Trash Pandas, I'm probably not going to invest that much time, but I hear you about that. Exactly, Katie. Even in our right minds, we don't always recall and experience the same way each time. This is why it's very hard when it comes to like court and things like that to use like witness testimony, because your memory is going to misremember some parts of it. But there are some things that to me, it's too specific for it to be a lie. I think she told this man she had a crush on him. I do believe that. No, we know that, Trash Panda. Nobody disagrees with that. This goes back to Trash Panda. I think maybe you just joined the live, but this goes back to us saying like more than one thing can be true. There was no relationship. There was no relationship outside of a therapeutic relationship, right? And when she admitted to this person and to her therapist that she had a crush on him and what was happening for her about him, the way she's emailing him, the way she's reaching out, all of that are, as a clinician, I'm trained to look for things like that and to determine what's happening for you in this dynamic and to then address that or seek supervision on how to help support you through that. And she stayed with this man for 2 more years. That doesn't make any sense, just ethically. Yeah, it's not even about them mirroring though, Amy. Again, I don't believe that this man loved her. It's not about whether or not they reciprocated the feelings. It's about what our responsibility is as the clinician, as the power person in the room. So I'm going to give you this because I think maybe you just joined too, of what we're supposed to do in that situation. Oh, CMJ, I can respond to that. So I phrased it like this, Amy, before. If this was a situation of a male yearbook teacher and a sophomore girl student, and she had admitted to her teacher in her sophomore year that she had a crush on him. And then for 2 more years, they continued to spend time together, doing projects together. And then finally in her senior year, she has this wild sex dream that she tells him about. All of us would very reasonably and easily side-eye that teacher. Why did you know this girl had a crush on you for 2 years and you didn't say something to her to address it? You didn't say something to any of your supervisors about it to address it. We would all know because of that power dynamic that something was wrong with that. So even though they're both grown-ups, ethically as clinicians, we have a power dynamic and something should have been addressed about it. So you think that she never even admitted anything until the session right before her last session, Amy? He did tell her they only had a professional relationship. That's not enough, Trash Panda. As a clinician, I'm telling you that's not enough. There should have been, the way that this woman was clearly attached and was spiraling, there should have been more to the conversation, and there should have been clear assessments as to whether or not she needed to be referred out. And if they were clearly assessing, I think they would have determined that she did need to be. And they wouldn't have spent 2 more years in a therapeutic or in a psychiatric relationship. But even that is sort of like Whoa, you're meeting once a month? Because typically once you're stabilized, you're only meeting your psychiatrist every 3 months.
Tina,
Yes,
why
love.
would he meet her in person? Do you think that was coerced?
You mean like her coercing him?
Yeah.
I don't know if I think that. I don't know if I think that she tried to coerce him. User, are you saying that you wouldn't meet every 3 months if you're on ADHD meds?
Hi, ladies.
Hi, Amy. Let me
Hi,
respond to you
honey.
real quick, and then I'm gonna let you tell us your thoughts, okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So I don't necessarily think, Nikki, that like she coerced him. I think that he potentially didn't know how to say no to that request. You know what I mean? And so felt like that might feel more awkward, and maybe he thought that he could keep it under control. But I don't necessarily think that it was coercion. I do think that it was weird that she perceived it as like you lied to me. Like, girl, he doesn't owe you. He doesn't
I
have
think
to tell
that's
you.
I think that's kind of where I was just like, well, I mean, like there was a reason like if I was to know that my therapist or my psychiatrist only met people in person, my first thought would not be, oh, he lied to me.
Yeah,
So let me, and so in my head, I'm looking at her being like, well, okay, she's thinking he's been avoiding me.
yeah,
So let
yeah,
Have
me
you
see him in
guys
person, and then we'll figure it out.
yeah.
have you guys been in her lives?
I've only seen clips of her, like people streaming her lives. I haven't been in her live.
It is hard to watch, I got to tell you, but she tells on herself in her lives.
Okay.
Um I don't remember if it was last night or the night before. She actually said that this is why abusers don't come forward talking about herself instead of saying victim. So I thought that was interesting. But also her story shift. She first was saying that he never crossed a boundary. He never was inappropriate. And now all of a sudden she's saying she has all this evidence that shows that he was really inappropriate and he was stringing her along. So I honestly don't believe anything she says. And I'm coming from a background of my son's dad is bipolar with schizophrenic tendencies. And I've done a lot of research on it. I also was going to school for it. I just never finished because I was taking care of my mom. She died and stuff. So I just never went back to school. But I am not a clinician. This is just from personal experience. She's having some sort of like delusional manic episode for sure. She believes that like what she's saying is the truth of the situation. And then last night she said something specifically that was like they were asking why she talks to Henry and Claude, which are her two AI therapists or whatever she wants to call them, that call her the Oracle. So
Yeah.
she sees herself as an oracle, which is insane. And but she said that none of her therapists mirrored what she felt and how she saw herself and her experiences, which is why the AI is so helpful because that's what it does for her. It absolutely validates every single thing she says, like she's right about everything, except one of her lives, Henry started to like kind of call her out and say maybe she misunderstood what the therapist was saying and she misread what he was doing and she didn't like it and she shut it down, and then now all of a sudden Henry is nowhere. So there's just a lot of really interesting, the lives are like she can't hide stuff, she can't edit things. It's happening in real time and it is very interesting. And she talks about channeling, and that's how she talks to God. And then somebody asked like what God is she talking about, and she says spirit. And I mean, I'm a Christian and that's not how God communicates, at least not my God. So it's there's just a lot of really concerning things that make me question what reality she's in. Then there's also a part where somebody said she could be making this whole thing up to be just famous, because they went back and looked at stuff from like the beginning of her being on TikTok, and she tried to become an influencer at Trader Joe's and then do something else. So she could be doing it just to get attention. But I really feel like there's definitely some other kind of diagnosis in there. And I feel like I think she absolutely told him her dream. I think she confessed her feelings for him and kind of harassed him in his face. But he's also there to figure out, are her meds correct? Because sometimes if your meds are wrong or she's not taking them correctly, that in it of itself can give you delusions and like hallucinations and all kinds of shit. Or is she having some sort of like a psychotic break? Is she, like he has to judge that, and he can only do that if she keeps talking. You know what I'm saying? So there's like a fine line in there. But if you really want to break her shit down, I encourage you to go watch and listen to her lives, because it is crazy. The shit that comes out of her mouth is absolutely batshit.
Yeah. I can imagine. Again, I've definitely said repeatedly that I think this woman misinterprets things. I think that she has what's the word I want to use, because I'm super careful about like not diagnosing people online. I think that she just has a very distorted view of what's actually happening. And maybe she is a just fantastic liar and storyteller, and all of this is made up. That feels really hard for me to believe. It feels easier for me to believe that she is just delusional about what these things, and I hate to use that word because again, it feels a little diagnostic-y, but she is not understanding accurately what these things actually mean. I will also say, y'all, I want to clarify in the comments, people were saying like, if you have ADHD meds, you have to meet monthly. That is not accurate. That's not accurate. So I don't know if your psychiatrist has told you that, but that's not required for every person. I have ADHD children. I am also diagnosed, and my children that are on medication only have to go every 90 days because they are stabilized on their meds. So you don't have to go every single, but you do have to check in every 90 days. And usually they will do like a virtual, but then they also want you to come in and do like a wait sometimes. So Sunflower and Sid, it really just differs, right? So saying that you have to meet every month is not an accurate statement. There was something else in the comments that I wanted to address real quick. Yeah, again, y'all, I'm not saying that this woman, I think people, again, I don't do black and white on my page at all. So for me, it's not she's unequivocally a liar about everything, or she's unequivocally right about everything. I think it's much more middle road than people are willing to acknowledge, because people have whatever opinions they feel about how she feels about her psychiatrist loving her. And I think that is keeping people from, she clearly has views that are different than my own. I'm not going to knock her for that, right? Like everybody's entitled to their own spiritual journey and path. Do we know that spiritual psychosis is a thing? Yes, we do. So there is a lot, again, that could be going on for her. D Nurse, I don't like to diagnose on my live, but but I do agree that I think she needs to keep having an eye on her. I will say that. Okay. Dee wants to come up. Dee, are you wanting to chat with us about Miss Kendra? Oh, they're gone. Maybe it was an accident. Maybe Trash Panda. I don't like to speculate. Like, anybody that engages with my content, I try not to. Okay, bye, Amy. I try not to speculate. Thank you, Amy, for coming up and sharing your thoughts and giving more insight onto like what's happening on her lives and stuff too. I try not to speculate. I try to go just based off of what I actually have access to as information. And what I have access to as information, her sending the emails, the emails between her and therapists, I can see clearly that this woman misinterprets people's meanings about things. I can clearly see that she has a hard time staying rooted in reality about what people are saying and doing and what that means. And if this woman has said to this man that she has these feelings 2 years ago, and the behaviors that we're seeing right now, I think, again, y'all, I think it would be very hard. The way that she is showing up right now, I think would be very hard for her to be masking for 2 years. I think that feels more unbelievable for me, that she was None of this was showing up for 2 years. And so if it is showing up, then me as a practitioner, it's my obligation to figure out either how I help you, how I help you in general, and whether that is I need to set a boundary firmly, I need to refer out, whatever. But she said that she is Trash Panda. She said that she's still working with an NP. I don't know how true that is, but she did say that. Okay, I have 2 people in the queue. I'm assuming you want to come up and talk about this lady here. I kind of want to pivot us though. Smut me, please. Yeah, I don't think she brought it up all the time, but I do think that she brought it up. I think that and I'm going to go watch her recent videos about her last session with him, because I do think that that would be more information as well. I am going to throw up a poll for y'all. And hopefully, you know what? Let me do a quick poll because I think that one shows up better. Okay, I want y'all to vote. It's only going to be 60 seconds long, so vote quickly. I want to know. Actually, let's not do that one. I want y'all to vote on the next topic that we move to. I feel like I already know what y'all are going to say, but I'm going to let you vote anyway. Okay, it looks like a little, like, on my side, it looks like a little clipboard in the top left corner. I'm not sure how it's showing up for you all. Are you on my live? Can you tell me how it looks?
What are you looking for?
I want to know what the poll looks like so that I can tell people where to go to see it. Katie, hello. Thank you, Trash Panda. Yes, click the clipboard and vote for me, please, so that I can see what you all want to pivot to next. Katie, please share your thoughts, friend.
Oh, my bad. I did not intend to. Y'all, I'm 40 plus, so I'm still trying to figure it out. But while I do have you here, though, I do find it interesting how I don't even want to say so many, but from what I've noticed, there's been a great deal of people who have been judging her based on some of our own biases, especially as Black women, because we have so many negative experiences with white women in particular, that I think that for some of us, it's hard for us to empathize with what she's going through. Like, because we've been in situations where someone may have misinterpreted our communication as being something else. And in that aspect, I feel sorry for her because I don't see it that way. I've had those experiences as well. But even from my position, in my field, being in leadership, there are people who I think are wonderful human beings. I would love to go kick it with and hang out with, but I know that I can't because it would blur lines. And I don't want to put anyone in a position where they are going to get offended when I have to set those boundaries, because I have to treat everyone the same who I have authority over.
I think that's a really good point. So Sadie's mom said, is it because she's white, or is it because of the comments that she's made towards Black women? Again, I say a lot in this live, more than one thing can be true. So I definitely feel like it can be a reality that, like, we have our own. The reality is we're all filtering things through our own experiences, right? It's why I have the take that I have about her, right? If I wasn't a clinician, I probably wouldn't think what I think. That's just the truth, right? But because I have this lived experience and I have this context, I'm filtering what I'm hearing from her through that, right? And so I think that both of those things can be true, that it can be that we've had our own negative experiences that make us, somebody said, like, she's Carolyn Bryant, like, it makes us filter things through those lenses. And historical context is valid for a lot of reasons. And it could also be like, and girl, you did too much when you did your whole like performative ally conversation about how Black women are who you learn from, but then spent the rest of the video telling us why it's not that. You know what I mean? So I think both of those things could be true at the same time.
Yeah, that was a lot. I was taken back by that. I was trying to think to myself, like, what was the point of her doing that? Like, did she expect to have the reaction that she had? Because that threw me too. Because at first I'm like, man, this poor lady, like, this person is obviously, even though I'm not in that profession, there seems to be something that should have taken place that didn't take place in order to help her. But when she did that, I'm like, wait a minute, girl, like, are you getting high off your own supply right now? Or is this how you typically are around people of color? Like, which one is it? Because it that was way out of line. And I don't even know if she realized how out of line she was because she was getting all of this attention, whether good or bad. She was getting what I think she wants. She wants people to notice her.
Yeah. 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 This bitch's productions. I like your handle. But yeah, I think it's very complicated. And Millie Mae, that's not a statement that like bothers me. Like I think that all you're welcome. All white women should have, and I say white women because that's who I find myself more in a feeling of community with because we have the shared identity of womanhood. But I do think that that's something that should be constantly checked always, right? If we ever feel like we've arrived, we probably need to do some more work, is what I would say. So that and oh, y'all overwhelmingly Love Island. Yeah, so I definitely like that doesn't necessarily bother me that she would say that. I do think again, I don't know, like I'm always curious about people's motives, like what's the intention? You feel me? So I will say that. Okay, y'all, I'm gonna pivot us. And I love that for us. And so yeah, okay. Panel and friends in the live, please continue to tap the live, y'all, and go ahead and drop questions, comments, concerns. What is it that you want to hear our takes around? My panel is always really brilliant and we have differing views in here. But again, I don't do black and white in my lives. So we will address and talk about all of the things. Somebody had asked me in my last live, I will open with this because I want to see if we can get Hilga out the way, y'all. Okay. If we can get Honda Civic out the way, that would make me very happy. But somebody asked me in my last live if I saw her at the house party and her being standoffish. And I was like, no, I hadn't seen it. I have since seen the clips. I don't know if the panel, if y'all have seen it, where she's at basically a streaming house and there's an interaction where
I saw it, Tina.
Okay.
I've seen it.
Okay. So she's sitting with the new boo and a group of people walk in and you watch her like kind of notice that they're in the room and then she kind of like folds into him and says something. And then the next thing we know, everybody's getting kicked out of the room. Tata, I agree. I agree. I agree. It felt like another moment where we're talking about boundaries because I think there was mention of her like feeling shy or whatever. And I'm like, again, this is not how boundaries work. Boundaries are not about controlling other people. Boundaries are about controlling ourselves. And that would track for what we've seen from her behavior in the villa as well, is that she perceives boundaries as a way to control other people rather than herself, right? If we are uncomfortable, then we leave the space. We don't make other people leave the space, right? So I wouldn't be shocked either. I want to, and that's the other thing, Champagne Mommy, right? Is like, and I know that they've come out and Benji is like defending and saying, no, like she was really sweet. She was really nice. Like it wasn't that, blah, blah, blah. It was the other guy. But I think, you know, they're also very young. And so I would say too, that just because it came out of the guy with the braids' mouth doesn't mean that he's the one that wanted it to happen. I want to go, I know, Nikki, that you've seen it and Ann, you've seen it. So I will go through y'all. All of y'all are subs, so you all get 5 minutes. Give us your thoughts as to what was happening in that moment. Oh, wait, why is it doing that? Hi, Degrade. Hold on, why is it doing that? Hmm. Y'all, it's not letting me set timers, and I don't know why. So I'm gonna disconnect all of y'all real quick and then just request again from me, okay? Okay. And it's in here. Okay, hi Anne. Let's see if it does it now. No.
Oh,
Okay, that's annoying. I'm just gonna have to like manually keep time. That's really odd. I don't know why it's doing that. I also am noticing that like y'all are liking the live, but the likes are not changing on the live. Is anybody else noticing that?
Yeah, I've been tapping like none other, and I'm not
you
seeing
know
that it's
what?
reading.
You're right. It's not going up. Something's going on with the app.
Do y'all think I should drop the live and come back? What do you think I should do?
I personally think that should be. I would do that
Okay.
because I left to see if it was me, so I had restarted my TikTok and joined, and it still wasn't doing it. It still wasn't saying, "Oh, you've liked this many times."
Okay. Thank you all for the follows. Okay, yeah, thank you.
So
It's changing for you? My husband is in here too. Okay, y'all can see.
Okay, it seems like it's changing now. I kept clicking. It went from 4.3, I mean, 43.6 to 43.8. I think it's starting to go up now, but maybe it was stuck for a while. But yeah, if I were you, I think it's best to restart the live.
Okay, I'm gonna restart us, y'all. So if you haven't followed me, follow me. I will drop and come back because I think it might be on my end too. So I'm gonna drop and come back. Actually, let me pause it. Let me just pause my side and then I'll come back. Y'all just hang and then we'll see if that fixes it on my side. If not, then I'll just start it all over again. Y'all, now the number is totally different. Meta is tripping because when I dropped, it was my likes were stuck at like 42.3K, but now it says 38.7K for me. I'm just a small time creator. Why are you hating on me, TikTok? What the heck? You see the same thing, Ann? It is hating, but the number is going up now. But what? WTF? You know what? Thank you, ZL. It must be the full moon champagne, mommy. It must be. It is going up again now. Y'all, thank you so much. Continue to like the live. I'm going to go ahead and put our background back up. We are going to get onto Love Island. Y'all are not watching Beyond the Villa, are you? Because I feel like y'all want to talk about Love Island, but y'all don't want to talk about Beyond the Villa. I think y'all are not watching it. Okay, Bees, you are. Why are y'all not watching it, Tata and Ann? Champagne mommy, not the recaps. Nikki, you're funny. Yeah, you got to catch up. Come on, we got to have it. And I will say this. I said this. I'm going to bring y'all back up. You can request again, my folks. I feel that, Ann. I feel that. Hi, Peter. I feel that. I will say this about Beyond the Villa, though. What what I've said honestly is that, and I get that, ZL, I get that. Brandy was saying that it feels to her like almost like my husband said he's watching it, so y'all definitely need to be. That it feels hard to watch Janae and Kenny's dynamic. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. Like, again, I'm not gonna say too much about Janae and Kenny publicly. But for me, it was hard to watch their dynamic in season 6 in a lot of moments. I didn't understand anyway. Yeah, it is very hard to watch. Oh, yay, it's finally working again. You like the edit, Bees? You mean the edit with on Beyond the Villa right now? Because I really want us to talk about this Kaylor girl. She currently in Greece right now together. Oh, that's the wrong one. Oh yeah, I feel that. I feel that. But like, I want us to talk about, you know, where do you sure, Champagne Mommy. Ooh, there's a lot going on. Okay, so Champagne Mommy would like a recap. Okay, episode 1. No. No, but for real. So episode 1, we open up, everybody's in LA. They go to this little event together. And I think the most important thing to take away from this episode is that Janae is still not fucking with Connor, and Kenny kind of wants to. Okay? Kenny is like, well, you know, what about forgiving and forgetting? And like, he's really kind of like trying to push this idea of like her, like what would God want? Like kind of moving forward, right? The other important thing to take away from episode 1 was Liv and Kaylor's dynamic. So Kaylor has a conversation with Liv. Clock it, Bees. Kaylor has a conversation with Liv at the little party that they're at for like the launching of the season or whatever, or like some Love Island something. They go to a party, and Kaylor and Liv have a conversation about the fact that there was some sort of camera situation. Child, I still don't understand what the hell was happening with the camera, okay? But there was a camera situation where Liv and Kaylor were supposed to be getting a camera from someone, and Liv got the camera from the person, but then lied and told Kaylor, hi Tanya, hi George, hi Smut Me Please. Oh, thank you Smut Me Please for the likes. Hi Anna, told Kaylor that she went and bought a camera instead. And then Kaylor was like, that's weird that like you weren't honest about that, because on this episode, Liv is dating someone now where they were having like a birthday party for, hi Monster, hi Audrey. They were having a birthday party for Liv's man, okay? And Kaylor was invited to the party, but then Kaylor tells Liv, actually, we're not gonna have a party, it's rescheduled. We're just gonna go to dinner. And then somehow, Liv ends up out with her man, and Kendall ends up showing up, okay? And then Kaylor sees the pictures of them out together, and so she is feeling betrayed. So Kaylor says to her, you lied to me about this party thing, right? Which we can get into whether or not she actually lied about that. Then on the first day of filming, Kaylor shares with Serena and Leah that on the first day of filming for the show, Liv tells her, oh, I'm not coming in glam, I'm just coming regular, so Kaylor doesn't get glam. But then when they show up to film, Liv is in full glam. And you lied to me about the camera. So Kaylor comes to her and she's like, girl, you keep lying to me. Like, what is this? Like, she's basically noticing a pattern. She's like, what does this mean about our dynamic? As they're having that conversation, by the time they're done with it, Liv is telling her how she feels betrayed by her, and Liv is fucking crying. Okay? That's how we end episode 1. I think those are the 2 most important things to take from episode 1. Episode 2, Episode 2, we have a conversation where Janae has a conversation with Liv and Janae has a conversation with Kaylor about what is happening in their dynamic. I feel like this is episode 2.
No, that's 3, ain't it?
That's 3?
I think so.
So what was the important thing to take away from episode 2? Are you sure that's not 2? Anyway, it doesn't matter. This is important, okay? Whichever episode it was.
That's from the because that goes after. That's like after the. But episode 2 is when they're having that party, right? They're at that party all together, and
So yeah, this is that.
Liv's best friend.
But this is that episode because then she goes to Liv's. Yeah, but she goes to Liv's housewarming after they have this lunch.
Or maybe you're right. That's at the end of. Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, so don't do me, Tata. So okay, so then so Liv has a yes, it is the party bees. So Liv has a conversation with Janae, and Kaylor has a conversation with Janae, and Janae tells Liv like, y'all two just like need to have a conversation together, whatever. Liv is telling her how she basically feels like she betrayed her because she sees me crying and she's laughing at the bar, blah, 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 making herself the victim, right? My perspective, okay? And then Kaylor and Janae have a conversation, and Kaylor's like, well, I really haven't wanted to involve anybody else, blah, blah, blah. And Janae's like, you know, it just bothers me that I have to spend like time apart with each of you, blah, 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 blah. So then Liv and Janae conspire to have a reconciliation brunch without telling Kaylor that that's what's happening. So Liv and Janae know, and then Kaylor shows up, and they're both there. So Kaylor thinks she's just going to meet with Janae. They attempt to have this conversation. By the end of the conversation, Kaylor's like, well, you know, like it's resolved, but like that hurt is still there because honestly, Liv didn't take any accountability. Liv somehow made herself the victim in that whole situation, even though Kaylor is the one identifying patterns of like, you're moving weird in this relationship dynamic. And I'm just going to clock it. I feel like Janae was doing too much in this portion. It was very much giving, and I'm probably going to make a video about this at some point, like toxic positivity. Well, like you love her and you love her and you miss her. And so just make up. And there was no encouragement around accountability from Liv with what happened with Kaylor, right? And I know people are like, oh, it's just the camera. Oh, it's just this. But that's the point. These are inconsequential things. There's no reason to be lying about it. And so now I'm noticing you have a pattern of lying to me about stupid shit. So why? Why are you lying to me about it? What's the motive? You see what I'm saying? So I felt like Kaylor got very like gaslit and dismissed with her emotions. And then Liv has her housewarming. They show up. We end that episode watching Kaylor and Aaron have a conversation on the rooftop where clearly there's a little bit of flirtation happening. And Aaron like invites Kaylor on a date. Episode 3, Connor's still just being a hater toward Janae, acting like she's a very controlling girlfriend. I will say now with the more information that we have, I would not be shocked if he was only repeating things that he had heard from that man who shall not be named. Okay. I would not be shocked if his perspective is colored by things that that man was saying. Okay. So, he's being a hater, and Kenny had wanted to go surfing with him and, instead went on a hike with Miguel. We hear him telling Miguel that, you know, he really wants his space, and that's why he and Janae are not living together. And Miguel is like, I get it. You know, like I felt the same way in some ways about Leah, but I feel like she's grown me so much, blah, 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 whatever. Okay. And then we see, what else happens that episode? Oh, this is the episode where we see Connor's birthday party. Janae ends up planning like a bowling event instead. We see her and Miguel coaching, or Leah and Miguel coaching Janae and Kenny through how to like adopt a dog. And is this the episode where they also have Cordell's going away? That's the next episode.
No, yeah, that's like 4.
Okay. So we see like them coaching, you know, through how to adopt a dog, whatever. We see Janae and Kenny adopt a dog, and Kenny does not seem as excited about it as Janae is.
You don't want that damn dog.
He doesn't seem as excited about it, guys. And he does say that it's like a hard adjustment for him, whatever, like he's struggling with the dog. Janae's like already ready to like adopt the next dog, and he's like, I don't want more. I'm struggling right now.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
so funny, Millie. He is. So then that's, and I will say like there are some parts of this that are like dry, y'all, but I'm going to tell you why I think that is. And then episode 4, we see the going away party with Cordell. We also see some pretty intimate conversations. No way, shape, or form, Tata. No way, shape, or form. We see the going away event with Cordell, where it's really just PPG. And what's been really interesting about watching Beyond the Villa, y'all, and why I think it's not getting the traction and the takeoff that it could, is because these people are not forced to interact and hang out with each other. You know what I mean? They're not forced in the villa. Even if they didn't like each other, they had to hang out with each other. Right? It's not the same in the real world. Right? And they're not treating it like other reality shows get treated, right? So I think of like Real Housewives of Atlanta, Real Housewives of Potomac, right? These women may not see each other at all year until it's time to start filming. And then you got to hang out. You know what I mean? And it's like part of, I think, what's happening with why Beyond the Villa is not doing what it could do is because we're not getting that, because even if they were hanging out with each other and didn't like each other, that would still be information, that would still be entertainment, watching how do they navigate that, right? Oh, you didn't get invited to the party, but I did, right? We're not seeing any of that. We're just seeing them hang out in their respective crews. And so we're not getting some of the dynamic that, we're not getting some of the dynamic that we got in the villa, right? Part of the reason why what made season, and I say this all the time, part of what makes season 6 so special, but what makes every reality show what it is the cast still, the way that they engage and interact with each other. And so people are expecting the magic of season 6, but they're not engaging in the same way. And so it's going to be different, right? It's going to feel dry in some areas because you're not getting some of that engagement that you would have gotten because they're not forced to interact in the same way. But it doesn't make it not a worthwhile watch. I mean, especially if you're a nerd like me and you're watching partially to like look at the behaviors and stuff. I agree, Smut Me Please. I think if they had just like sent them on a vacation together or something like that, Katie, definitely. If they had sent them on like a vacation together, then we would have gotten more of that recreation of what that experience was like in the villa. And I think more people would be tuned in. But because we're really just watching them go about their regular lives and people can choose to kind of be in their sections, like we really only see Liv and Kendall hang out together all the time. We see, Millie Mae, I could talk about that. We see Aaron hanging out mostly with Connor. And then we see Kayla kind of like floating because of her difficulties with like what's been going on with like Liv in the first couple of episodes. So she's kind of just floating. Thank you for the gifts. And then we see really like hardly ever do we get PPG all together. We get like Serena and Leah or Leah and Janae, right? We kind of get like these little side quests. But we do see a couple of moments of them together, but like it's just not the same. And right. And I think people are expecting it to feel the same as season 6. So episode 4, you have the going away for Cordell, and then you have the interaction with PPG. This is the other thing that I felt was really important, and I made a video about it. You have the interaction with PPG about Serena's anxiety and Leah's cancer scare. And you learn a lot about the way that these 3 do emotional validation and hard emotions together in that moment. It's very revealing. Not negative, but revealing. And I do have a video about it. And then episode 5, which was just last night, was the biggest things to take away from that, I would say, was the interaction between Kayla and Aaron. Those two like arguing about her little man Torin being at the event with them. And him like insisting that Kayla would be pissed if he brought a girl around. And Aaron makes an accusation last night. I'm sorry if I'm spoiling this for people. He makes the accusation that Kayla attempted to kiss him when they were leaving, what is it? Paddleball, whatever it's called. I think that's who Champagne Mommy. I think also they just don't want to hang out. Like Serena's like, so Kendall plans an event at Saddle Ranch and Serena's like, I'm not going. I don't like that man. I'm not going. Like, she don't like him. You know what I mean? So why would she go? Bees, I don't disagree. So my husband and I actually were talking about, so to Aaron's point, he's like, you're not acting with me today how you acted with me the other day. And if it was nothing wrong with how she was acting with him the other day, then why can't you act that way with him today? Because you were acting like more than a friend. Because if you didn't think it was anything wrong with it, then you should be able to do it in front of Torin as well. But you're not. Why is that? What is it? It's not funny. Ha ha. It's funny. Weird. Right? Like, yeah. Yeah. Somebody asked what I think about what Aaron is going through. I think that Aaron and Kayla are going through it. Right? They both have pretty much named like how depressed they are. Kayla has said like she really misses her old life. Aaron seems like he honestly should not be on this show right now. Like, to me, he seems like a high functioning depressed person right now. And I just don't know that being on reality TV should have been the priority this summer. But I get it. We all got to get a bag. We need to get a check. You feel me? I'm not hating. But I do think that he is really struggling. I think that Kayla also is very much struggling. I think it happened like once they stopped filming that scene. Smut me, please. Right? Like once they're like, all right, that's a wrap on the scene. I think that that's when it probably happened. Because we didn't necessarily get a moment of like them leaving the paddle ball. So like maybe that's when it happened, like in their goodbyes as they're, because he said it was like when they were hugging and he went in to like give like the kiss and she like tried to like kiss. So I think that, you know, and even hearing about Serena and her anxiety and her saying it's millions of eyes on you. I think that it's a lot harder. And another creator said it, and I think it's so true. If you allowed your children to watch Love Island at all, or if your children are even into the idea of trying to be influencers or whatever, you should let them watch Beyond the Villa in those particular moments, because you're getting to see what these people are saying their experience is like, to have gone from being in obscurity to basically being at the height and having so many eyes on you and being so watched, and the impact that it has on them. Right? And this is not saying that like nobody should attempt to be an influencer, because yeah, sure. You know what I mean? Like, of course it's a way to get a check. And hi, Deshaun. And yeah, it definitely is having an impact on their mental health. I do think too, Bees, it is truly a job, Katie, that this is helping Aaron's image in a lot of ways, but I wonder how long that's going to last. Based on how we saw him act on episode 5 with Kayla, I'm curious how long before, if he has not dealt with it, before how he acted in the villa begins to show up. Because he definitely was problematic AF in the villa when it came to her. I will say too, the other thing important from last night's episode, I talked about Kayla and Aaron's getting into it, right? Hi, Sid J, was Kenny and Janae's date. I don't want to say too much because, again, I really am trying to avoid talking about them publicly. I really do want to respect the fact that she has asked us to stop talking about it. But just if you're not watching it, if you don't watch nothing else, go watch episode 5 and just look at that man's body language.
Look at his body language through the whole show. But
yes.
Episode 5.
But
sure.
Definitely episode 5 at that dinner. He's like grimacing. You know, it's just, this is why I be telling y'all, yeah, I sure we can follow their social media accounts and we can have thoughts about what that means about their relationship. But when they are just being filmed constantly, you're getting to read a lot more, right? You're getting to see a lot more, and that does definitely tell a story. Oh yeah, 100% Champagne Mommy. And then, you know, another I thought really interesting thing, and I think I said this already somewhere else, maybe on my own life. But I said it on Kaylin's live last night. But when the episode opens, one of the first scenes of the episode when they're at the park with Juan, our good sis says to that man, because she's like needing help with Juan, she's like, America's watching. So that just lets me know that they, right, like everybody else in the world, they're very mindful about having a particular image. And so this is why I think, and this is the only thing I'm going to say about them, I swear. This is why I think he showed up the way he did on social media. He was being a master Decepticon. I am. Hi, Ebony. I am. Thank you for saying that. He was being a master Decepticon. He was using social media to curate an image about who he was, despite what he felt. And not only is that problematic, y'all, it's abusive. The fact that you're letting someone be intimate with you without being honest, and what the dishonesty was about. That man is going to, I'm sure, reap everything that he has sown. Bees, you know what? Ebony Sila, Champagne Mommy asked me to give a recap of Beyond the Villa. So I just went through episodes 1 through 5 to recap what's been going on Beyond the Villa. But y'all watch it, okay? It definitely will give you, I think honestly, as much as it's hard, it definitely is hard to watch that man at this point. And it feels almost invasive to watch at this point. I do think that for people that maybe you struggle with like identifying partner's intentions or like what's going on, now that you have information about him, you can watch it through a different lens and you can look for the things that maybe you otherwise might miss. And you can see like, oh, that's what that means. Because there are moments where she's the butt of his jokes too, right? Where he's rolling his eyes, but she just can't see. He's all dead, just dead faced, right? Like all of that is information. And so maybe it would help you to just also have more insight as to what that looks like when a man doesn't like you. Because now you have a different lens. No, they have not edited him out. Anika, almost all of episode 5 was about them. Champagne Mommy, clock it. Clock it. Okay. I just wanted to give my synopsis. That's my synopsis, y'all. Oh, Millie Mae, thank you. Yes, just double tap the screen. Thank you so much for double tapping, y'all. I can't believe I forgot to do this. I'm going to show you. Okay. All right. I know that y'all asked me to chat about Love Island. I am going to attempt to bring my panel up again and let's see if our timers are working. Hi, Deborah. I don't know, Ebony. I never followed that man. They're not, and I don't know why. Whatever. I can't figure it out. It is what it is. I never followed that man. I will say that I do know that like apparently the most recent stuff that came out, like his post or whatever, I think I've shared them before, was linked to like his other Instagram. So Millie Mae, yes, that man. That man. Hi, Tata. Come on up, my friend. Yeah, so yeah. I don't know. Okay, friends, I know that I watched Beyond the Villa, but I also know that we wanted to talk about Love Island. That was what got voted on as the next topic. So Nikki is here. Hello, hello. Anika, I feel that too. I feel that too. Hi, Alexis. Y'all, please feel free to request to come up. Hi, Amanda. Hi, Tyree. Hi, Mari. Thank y'all so much for liking the live. That helps us to get pushed out. Okay, so right before I paused this live and I left, I said I wanted to get Hilga out of the way. I haven't yet, Ebony. Y'all in the chat, please feel free to drop questions or comments or things that you want the panel to address. They're always so well-rounded. And we do got to talk about Temu James Charles, because the fuck? you got a little bit too much dip on your chip, homeboy. Relax. I'm thinking that my panel probably knows what we're talking about, but for those of y'all in the live that do not know, there was an influencer, Millie Mae. There was an influencer, Dow something. I don't know that boy name, but there was an influencer at an event who made a video getting mad at the fact that Nick thought that he was James Charles, and he did entirely too effing much about it. He came on trying to insinuate that Nick is DL. He's like, oh, well, you must know him, which the math ain't mathing, because if Nick were having an intimate relationship with James Charles, you don't think he would know exactly what the man looked like? You don't think he would know that you weren't James Charles? Like, the math wasn't mathing, okay? It didn't make no damn sense. And why are you offended? You actually do look like that man. You look like James Charles. He already started filtering his comments. I'm sure he's going to turn them off at some point. But yeah, so we definitely have to talk about that with Nicolandria. I would love to get Honda Civic out of the way. Does my panel, I want to start from top to bottom. 2, I do not want to know that man, Amina. I do not want to know him. I'm going to start at my panel top to bottom. I will just have to keep time physically because it won't let me set timers. I think it's just some glitches with the system, y'all. But I want to hear, do you have any thoughts about what happened with the streaming house with Hilga?
Just tell me how long.
5 minutes, please.
So I'll start now.
And go ahead.
I have. Oh, mine shows that there's a 3-minute clock, please.
Oh,
Yeah, I see a 3-minute.
maybe my husband
Yeah.
is able to do it on his. Hold on, let me see.
Okay, so here are my thoughts. From what I saw, Huda is saying she didn't kick them out, and yes, she's right about that. But I saw her lean over and whisper something in her man's ear, Louis, and next thing you know, they were leaving the house. Oh, the countdown is gone now.
Okay, Amina.
Um,
Sorry, hold on real quick, Ann. Amina, thank you. I'm so glad that you can, because it's not letting me. Will you give Ann 5 minutes? Because she's one of my subs, so she'll get 5. Thank you, Amina. Okay, go ahead, Ann.
So that's who was setting the time. I might not need all that time, but I'll repeat it again since you walked away. What I saw on the video is that she leaned over to Louis and said, whispered something that we can't hear, and next thing you know, they were being kicked out. I'm not sure of the full context. I believe they were invited there, but the people that she kicked out were there before her, and she felt uncomfortable and leaned over and whispered something to Louis, and then they got kicked out. So what is all of this even about? And it feels like some of the Huda fans are turning on her over this whole situation. But I've been watching Perfect Match Season 3, which Louis is currently on right now, so I want to share some tea with y'all. I've been taking avid notes because I like to do reviews. Here's the thing. Louis is on Season 3 of Perfect Match. He's been on Season 5 and 6 of Too Hot to Handle. His career is chronically joining reality dating shows. And upcoming, probably next month, there's a UK dating show called Celebs Go Dating that he will be on, while in real life he's with Huda. Rumor also has it, allegedly, that Louis had a baby born in January while he was filming The Perfect Match. We don't know the identity of the mother at this time. Otherwise, that's all I gotta say. Louis and Hilga deserve each other. And now they're both single parents. Whatever.
Is she even, though? Is she even? Because it's giving that dad has full custody.
You know what? Valid point, Tina. I've heard people say the same discourse online. We're just not able to prove it. Because people were like, "What kind of mother are you? You get off the show, you don't even see your child." And all she kept saying is, "My child's out of town. My child's out of town." What does that mean? If you're the mother, can't you still go see them? She claims that she has a good co-parenting relationship with her baby daddy, who she kind of has a type, because her baby daddy kind of looked like Jeremiah, and Louis could be the cousin. Um, which I ain't here to diagnose. I ain't here to diagnose. But I know narcissists, right? They like to have the same copy of the same things. That's just how they think. And she has. I ain't gonna diagnose, but sis has tendencies. Good luck, Hilga, girl.
Okay, Tata's doing rounds. Thank you, Nikki, for your Anne, for your perspective. Will we go to Nikki, please?
Okay, so I want to get this out the way. I'm so glad that Ann brought up Perfect Match, because that is some of the reasons why I kind of put Beyond the Villa on the back burner, is because I do have a hard time watching people who I know are really problematic. And so me watching, the whole Janae and Kenny situation, it's uncomfortable for me, and it's not entertaining for me, is what it is. It's not entertaining. And the same thing with Perfect Match. I started watching, I'm only on episode 2 and halfway through there, because it's hard to watch Louis. And it's also hard to watch AD after she gave that bird ass interview with Ashley. So, did you not know about that?
Oh,
Oh, girl, you need to run to YouTube and
okay.
watch that interview with Ashley trying to do her redemption arc with Tyler, because black women were just like, "Well, girl, you supported a deadbeat, so therefore you are a deadbeat." And AD was like, it was painful to watch two black women attack a whole community of black women. That's what it was really boiled down to, and hardly any full accountability or any anger towards the main perpetrator, which was Tyler,
Yeah.
or whatever. So that's the reason why I've kind of put Beyond the Villa on the back burner. But I did want to bring up, I have been, not too much, but following the redacted and situation with the Ortiz sisters, and I've been noticing, some really good takes by black women, and I wanted to kind of just touch on, who redacted's core audience was, or is still. A lot of people think it's teenagers, and they're going to go back to school soon, and all of this will die down, but I don't see that at all. I think that there are some young adults who are just as messy, just as misogynistic, that are her fans, and that it's very interesting watching, a certain community of people now have the same take on Redacted being the mean girl that we all know her that she is. Now it's a problem, but it was not a problem when it came to Shelly and Alandria. That is not lost on me at all. And it's I've just found it very fascinating watching them being like, she doesn't fuck with our community, yada, yada, yada. We not going to mess with her. And it's very, wow, this is the time that we're living in. It's very reflective on what I experienced when I was campaigning for Kamala in conversations online. It was very much the same. And so I know how we got here. Watching how we get here, or watching this happen in redacted space, is it's a very fascinating, outlook on how we got here as a society, and with that man in office. um but I do want to also touch on the point is that, we have to understand body language. We have to really pay attention to body language. And I watched that clip because there are clips going around where people have really, broke it down. And what I have noticed is that there was a shift in body language the minute other women walked through the door. Let me say that again for the folks in the back. There was a shift. Everything was all fun and games when it was laughing and they were loud. You know, they were having a kiki. But as soon as women walked through the door that she did not know, that's when the whispers began. That's when the phone started picking up. That's when the looks were given to other people.
Mhm.
And we have to clock that. We have to understand, like, this is a person who I'm not even gonna, I don't care if it's diagnosed. It's a narcissist and is a completely male centered and wants to be the only one in the room. And when she's not, there is a problem. And you can never convince me just because you don't pull the trigger doesn't mean you did not give the order.
That part, I feel like they're not clocking that part, Nikki. Yes, exactly that. Like, you literally watch her body language shift. Okay. And again, to your point, just because you're not the one that did it doesn't mean you weren't the one that caused it to happen, right? Yeah, I think that's spot on. Somebody was saying, hold on, somebody said something in the comments. Yes, she shaded them in the beginning prior to her even entering the room and kicking them out. Yeah, these observations are on point. Yeah, people struggle to read nonverbal communication. I agree. The only thing I will say too is about, I know people like to call her a narcissist. I would never diagnose. This is not me diagnosing, y'all. But look up personality disorders that start with an H. I feel like that is more accurate to what we're seeing. Okay. Just Janae.
Is that an H for Hilga?
She may as well have one. No, it's histrionic, right? Oh,
No, I know what the H stands for. I know about cluster B's. You know, sis B in school. However, I wanted to know, is that H for Hilga? Is that who we're talking about?
Yes, that H is for Hilga. It is not.
Is that H also for Kendra? Because I've heard people say the same thing about Kendra.
Wait, I don't. People are. I would never diagnose, but I know people are assuming. Millie Mae, that is not the same.
Okay, I'm finna do my research.
That is not the same as BPD. They're different. And then Cookie, I did give like a brief overview of Aaron, and I gave a brief overview of the entire season so far Beyond the Villa, but we have not talked explicitly about Aaron and Kaylor yet. Just Janae, what it means to be male-centered is when all of your actions, your behaviors are really driven by male approval, male gaze. This can be someone that is a man that is male-centered, but in this instance, we're talking about Honda Civic also being male-centered. If any of my panel wants to add to that, I feel like that's a very just sort of like brief overview, but it's just when your behaviors and your actions are motivated and focused around male approval in some way.
And I just want to add, I don't think it's all women. It's just women redacted as threatened by that have more popularity, have more following, that she wants to be the only one in the room to have that light.
Yeah. Oh, so Champagne Mommy, exactly. So this is why I have a lot of the thoughts that I have about Hilga, because I'm like, y'all are saying that Jeremiah love bombed that girl, which don't piss me off, but I used to like her when she first came into the villa, right? So I went to her socials. I went to pretty much all of their socials. And watching her video, she literally says over and over again how she wants to, I don't want a hot girl summer, I want to be cuffed. And she's like, I want to be cuffed after the first link up. She's always been that way. So it didn't shock me when I watched her engage with Jeremiah, how she did. That man didn't have to do shit. That's just how she is. That's just how she moves. It wasn't about anything he was doing in particular. User, I will say that I have said I will not talk publicly about them, but I will say that I don't disagree. Okay, Anika, will we move to Anika Amina and give her 3 minutes, please?
Okay. Just to introduce myself, I know this is my first time on the panel. My accent sounds different because I'm from Trinidad and Tobago. Um, I've been listening to a lot of what you all have said. I don't really follow Honda Civic because I cannot deal with people like that. They annoy me to no end, like seriously annoy me. But what I've seen and what I think, looking at her on the show, I think a lot of what is going on with her stems from insecurity. She is deeply insecure. And that reflects in her wanting validation from men, wanting validation from everybody. I mean, this latest thing with the kicking out of the streamers, there was a part before I observed a video, kind of like when I was scrolling, that she was actually fishing for compliments. She was telling the person, she needs to hold herself accountable, and she knew she wasn't all that great in the villa. And the person's telling her, no, you were great, you were fine. And she was like, really? She was looking and fishing for compliments. And when I saw it, I just turned off and scrolled on. Honestly, what I predict is a huge crash and burn, especially with this guy that she is with now. The rumors of him having the baby has been confirmed by quite a few reality focused podcasters that I listen to. Even the link, even the there's a theory that the only reason why he hooked up with her is because Miguel also has a Palestinian girlfriend in what's her name? I can't remember her name right now.
Leah. Well,
But
she's Arab. She's not Palestinian.
Leah.
Leah, okay. So they're
They're both
saying
Middle
it's
Eastern.
kind of mirroring that kind of behavior. So I mean, eventually, I predict a huge crash and burn for Honda Civic. I mean, not that I want to witness it, because really and truly, I try to ignore really problematic people like that. That's as much as I have to say for now.
Katie, bye. Thank you so much for joining, sub. Username, a lot of numbers. Respectfully, I don't think it's fair to talk about people that you have never met or even talked to. Babes, tabloids have existed for 1,000 gajillion years. This is not new. People choose to be public figures and they get talked about. And yes, thank you, Amina. Leah is Persian. Her family is from Iran, which is very huge community in Los Angeles. Okay. Thank you for correcting me around that, user. And well, yeah, the signs were always there, Ebony, right? So we're definitely going to chat about these people because they're public figures and we can, and that's not an abnormal thing. All right, smut me, please. Would you please, Amina, give her 3 minutes to, or I'm assuming it's a her. You may not be. Please correct me if I'm wrong. But give them their 3 minutes to share with us their thoughts.
You can tell it's my first time. I had no idea how to unmute myself.
No worries. No worries. Thank you for letting your first time be on our panel.
So I did kind of want to piggyback on what Nikki said earlier about Honda Civic's fans and now them kind of turning on her because is towards a different community. And it's funny she says that because even the fact that she now made a statement, even if it was just under comments, but when people were dragging her because of the Olandra and Shelley situation, she never made a statement. She never, corrected anybody. She never said, hey, don't do that, or these girls are my friends. Like how when Leah came out the villa, all that anti-black shit, she shut it down real quick. She's like, hey, like Serena and Janae are my friends. I'm not even with all that, so don't even try it. Huda didn't do that, and then to top it all off, everything that she saw and all that anti-blackness that was going on, she didn't stop it. But the moment streamers are attacking her and saying like, hey, why did you get these people kicked out? She's like, hey, no, it wasn't me. Then she put out a statement and she wants to clear out her name. And she's like, no, guys, I'm not a bully. But when it was towards two black women, dark-skinned black women on top of that, it's like, it's crickets. So that said a lot. And also about the male-centered, there's clips from that night, right, when they're streaming, whatever. And at one point, it was just her in the room with a bunch of guys. And she was claiming that she was shy 10 seconds ago. The moment it was just her in the room with just a bunch of men, she's like, ha, ha, ha. She's screaming, she's crying, she's throwing up, she's laughing, she's kikiing. So it was just weird to me and my homegirls that like I thought you was shy. Like, wasn't you just scared and like hugging Louis and like, oh my God, what's going on? And now you're the only girl in the room and you're like laughing and having a good. She was having a ball. She was having a ball the moment she was the only girl that was there. And once again, had all the attention from the guys. But yeah, my time is almost running out. So yeah, I'll leave it at that.
I think that's a great point, and it actually makes me think back to the moment in the villa where she says to Chris, "I'm shocked none of the other guys tried to kiss me." Like, to be desired by every man around her is very, very strong with that one.
Yeah, and would it be better if I was ugly?
Yeah, like, girl, what are you saying? What are you saying? Okay, my mod is on my panel. Amina, will you share your thoughts? I'm gonna step away real quick, but I'm here. I can hear y'all.
No, I just want people to never take their foot off. Never take your foot off Honda Civic's neck, because people don't know, but she's one of the only girls that went into that villa that already had management. You can go to her management team. They were posting her the whole time. She's managed by Do-si-do influencers. So if she really cared about Shelly and Elandria, she wouldn't have even had to write that statement herself. They could have wrote her something quick and she could have posted it. And her manager is actually a black man. So I don't know if he's American or not, where he doesn't really care, but she would never even have to write the statement. That's why it's so disgusting that she didn't. Same thing, but with Sierra. People keep saying she's an influencer, but no, she worked for one of the biggest companies. That's why she keeps doing this stuff like clockwork. Every time Nick and Elandria have something big, here she come. And she don't even have to do it now, because we're going to do it for her. People are going to watch her page. So they're going to post something, and she's going to do something small, and then it's just going to spin. Like, all she had to do was say, oh, somebody in the villa was wearing this perfume, so I got it. And then somebody's going to clip the live of Elandria saying that she was wearing Burberry Her. And then it's just going to spin out of control. So never take your foot off them necks. Don't ever feel bad for them, because Hilga has management. And she didn't even have to write that statement. They could have wrote it for her, and she could have just posted it, and she refused. And same with Sierra. That girl is crying all the way to the bank. I mean, I really do think she liked Nick, and her feelings are hurt, but she's getting paid for everything she posts. And when it spins, she's getting paid. So never feel bad for either of those girls. That's all I wanted to say.
Period. My panel be on it, y'all. User, I agree. I have not made a video about that girl since I had to she don't know me. Shit, she ain't even see my video probably, right? But I definitely made a video getting in her ass about mentioning Elandria in her little Mykonos Greece post. Like, girl, now why is Elandria in it? Okay.
I think it's hard to ignore her totally. I think the ignore has to come in a different way, which is to bombard with more positive Nicolandria content, to drown her out, basically, because it's very hard for people not to respond to the things that she does, because she's playing a game, and her aim at the end of it is to redeem herself, one, and two, to vilify or to spin things that Nick used her and Elandria betrayed her. That's what she wants. That's the message she wants to send out. The only way to counter that, I mean, we could ignore her by not responding, but that is very hard to do. So I think the next best thing is to just continue bombarding with Nicolandria content that is positive, so that it will drown out her message, more or less.
I love when y'all give my panel. Thank y'all for doing that. I agree with that. And so somebody actually said, Ebony, in the comments, I also think because she wasn't racist towards Black community that people still engage with her. I've talked about this like a lot on this live in like different contexts, but Ebony, I don't disagree. I feel like it's so problematic when our ability to understand oppression stops at our own identities though. And I really do feel like we need to understand that even if that is not my experience, even if I'm not a part of that community, then I can recognize when something is wrong, right? And I think a lot of us unfortunately don't have that skill set, right? It's like to my panel's point, about Hilga's fan base, right? Her fans being a lot of young Latina, young adults, and Latino young adults, and it was fine. It was fine when she was doing what she was doing to Shelly and Alandria, but now all of a sudden, oh, now her true colors are revealed, only because this is impacting the community that you belong to, right? But for me, it's like you either stand for something or you don't at all, right? And so if you're against mistreatment, if you're against these things, then it's like you just have to be against it, and that's it. You know what I mean? It can't only be when it is against your community. That's weak sauce, in my opinion. Thank you, Nikki, for the rose.
Yeah, and Anika, I agree with you. It is hard to not engage because, like I said, she's just gonna do one thing and then it's gonna spin out of control. But if we can purposely not give her attention, like I blocked her, so I don't see anything. But and I know how to go around stuff to find out what I want to know. Like I'll go on Reddit and they're gonna post it, or I'll go on Twitter they're gonna post it. But also to your point, Tina, and to the commenter's point, technically, from what people have been saying, is that she's not deleting any of the racist comments that are being posted in her comments about Alandria, but she's deleting that shit about her lips. So I don't know how true that is. And Miss Girl is still from Arizona, which is a very white and conservative state, and she was in a very white sorority. And yeah, anyway, she has her flags in her bio, but I don't see her engaged with it as much. If you want to take it there, as we're both from California, Tina, so we know how those certain people get down.
Andrew, you know, it's unfortunate, but like honestly, it feels so. It feels so much like a lot of times. That's okay, Kay. Thank you so much for the roses. Thank you so much, Kay. I'm glad you're back tonight. You gonna keep it cute, Kay? But I will say that unfortunately, too often, casual anti-Black racism is like a part of people's like character development story, and that is like really frustrating to me because why do we normalize that, you know? And so I know that a creator had actually posted about 404. She had made a post about like whether or not she could get braids going on vacation, and they were like, and this was after the slur comment. So it was just, she has a pattern of behavior. It doesn't get talked about, but actually one of my somebody that was in a live of mine actually sent me a video that showed me a moment where she had outed one of her exes. Thank you, Kay. She had outed one of her exes regarding his sexuality. Shut up, Fiji, you lying. And so she has a pattern of problematic behavior, period. And she definitely just needs some support. Yes, if y'all are curious, maybe so they sent me the video. Maybe I can like make a video with like that on it. I don't know how, like what I'm trying to say, but like snippet where y'all can hear it and like post a video about it. But yeah, she said it on a podcast, Daya. I don't remember which one of my people sent it to me, but somebody sent it to my inbox because I was like, whoa, I didn't even know that. And then what she took away from it, she was talking about it on the podcast, and apparently people had come into her comments like, oh my gosh, you outed this man. And then other people were like, oh my gosh, I'm sorry that you had this experience and didn't know. And what she took away from it was that those were just negative comments. So she just has 404 has problematic behavior, period. Period, full stop. Can we talk about Nicolandria and this influencer that really just had, a little bit too much dip on his chip? I didn't get to see what he said about Alandria, but my daughter was telling me that he was saying some things about Alandria. The only clip that I saw was, hi, Tata. We're talking about at this point, Nicolandria, unless you want to give your thoughts about Honda Civic, because I know you were doing your rounds. So if you want to give your thoughts about Honda Civic, you totally can. Do you want to? But I know there was a clip going around where it shows the influencer giving his thoughts about Nick, and basically like trying to, you haven't seen it yet. Let me see if I can I wonder if there's a way for me to show it to y'all. The clip, yeah. Um, Smut me, please. I haven't seen her specific comments, but because the ones that I saw were in French, and I don't know how to read that. But I know she had something to say. Okay, you don't have to talk about her Tata. I think we really beat it, right? Which is basically, just because you didn't say it doesn't mean you didn't influence the outcome. You know what I mean? And just because and it's giving not real. It's not giving rooted in reality when you're saying like, I'm just shy. Like, what, girl? Since when? You was licking pee-pees on national TV. You are not shy. It is so strange, Ebony, and annoying. I'm gonna see if I can pull it up on my husband's other phone and show it to y'all somehow. Hold on real quick.
Where do I find it?
His name is Daus, Daus. If you just type that in. No, go back to TikTok.
I don't have TikTok on here.
Oh, okay. That's fine. Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on, y'all. I'm gonna try to find it. Exactly. Ebony.
Let me give you my French translation since I do speak French. The girl from Love Island France, which I didn't even know existed. So I want to give her shout out because she's putting Love Island France on the map. But she basically was condemning Alandria for not getting her bag on her own. She's basically attached to Nick, and everything she's doing is with Nick. Dismissing the fact that I think the modeling thing with the bikini was like Nick's connection to begin with. So she was basically just telling Alandria to basically be an independent woman. I think she might have was trying to say something, but she missed the mark by a landslide. So that was it.
That's what I had heard about the translation, Tata. I agree with your perspective that like, girl, shut up, because he already had the shoot set up before he even left, before he even went into the villa. That was already happening. So if anything, this is an instance of exactly, Ebony. If anything, this is an instance of him bringing her up. You know what I mean? To have that opportunity. And she just did Nick's today. The NY, and so we know that was her because it was about her lip kit. And really, what it is they're putting each other on a lot, and I love that for them. Okay, I have the video. I'm gonna see if I can make it play. Hold on, I think I might need to get rid of my background real quick. Okay, well, let's see if this is. Okay, yeah, it'll show. Okay, I think I'm going to. If I mute my mic, I don't want it to echo. Y'all tell me if this is echoing, okay?
I felt bloated today, but I didn't really look that bloated. I'm at the review event. This dumbass skinny guy named Nicholas, or whatever the fuck, Nikolai is here, and I was walking past him, he just calls me. I think he was somebody really famous that I do not look like. And he didn't even say the first and last name of this person, meaning he knows this person as a friend. But here's the reality is they don't follow each other. This person is gay as fuck. Meaning, if you don't follow each other, but you know this person, you're calling me this person as if like you knew him. What have you all done in the past? Not only that, why the fuck are you calling me? I look effing like I said, speaking of your like he's right there fucking like seriously, like this is what the girls are into nowadays. He's type of night is slow as fuck. I see the way that this person is stuff. That's weird. Stupid. It's slow. What is he even doing? He's probably somebody's plus one. Damn, I don't think I've ever seen anybody.
Okay, do y'all want me to play it one more time? He looks just like James Charles. He's full of shit. And the fact that he was low-key being fatphobic as hell, he was being fatphobic, he was being homophobic, like it was gross. It was gross. Like, what are you talking about? I'm not bloated. I don't look like him. What? I mean, if you want to say that you're offended to be associated with a known PDF file, that's fine. But why are we acting like the only way that Nick could know that name or know who he is if they had been sleeping together? What are you talking about?
He's giving me Jeffree Star. That's who he's giving.
So do y'all want to hear it one more time before you give your takes, or do you feel good?
No, we feel good. He's being stupid. He acts like we all don't know people because our friends mention them to people. And we're just like, oh, okay, yeah, okay.
Well, and Andreina had just done she had just done a little shoot with James Charles, you know what I mean? So it's like I wouldn't be shocked if Nick also is familiar from like looking at her photos, whatever. But anywho, Amina, will you start, babe? Will you give your yourself your time and share your thoughts about him? Because he just yeah.
Oh, I don't have any thoughts because thankfully that type of stuff does not come up my feed. I just hear about it and then I'll be like, oh, okay. But only thing I'll give him is that his makeup does look better than James Charles because James be having his powder is too light and the blush be too much. His face actually matches him. But actually, I want to put this topic down. So we need to talk about people's fake concern for Alandria that's really coming off as hateration, especially other Black women that are, I mean, I think we kind of talked about it with them whole like, oh, well, we need to search Nick's stuff for, but also it's coming out a little bit more now. Because I think somebody also just outed that she had a management team that she signed with some other streamers, big management. And it was a streamer herself, and it's like, why wouldn't you let her announce that herself? So yeah, I want to put that topic down for after we're done with this one.
Okay.
All right, so we can start with Anne, I guess.
This is the man he says he doesn't look like, y'all. Okay. All right, will you give Anne her time? And Anne, will you share your thoughts about I don't have many, y'all. I don't have many. I think he's tripping.
I have a question. Who's James Charles?
He's a beauty influencer. He's this man right next to him that is his twin. That's who James Charles is. Exactly. Which one?
Okay. Wait, James Charles, I recognize. When the other guy was speaking, I was like, he looks just like James Charles. So he's saying that they don't look alike?
He's saying we don't look alike. How could this?
They give brothers. They give brothers. And James Charles is familiar to me. When he was talking, I thought he was James Charles. For a second, I forgot who James Charles was. But actually, what I wanted to talk about is the male-centeredness. I have to get it off my chest.
Do it.
In Love Island. Okay, Olandria, I thought was male-centered the way that she was chasing Taylor, but turns out that they gave her the pick me edit. Shame on you, Love Island. Sierra's definitely male-centered. The way that her and Helga would go twist words, Helga Jeremiah's words and Sierra Nick's words, definitely male-centered. And throwing the kitty cat around when you get insecure about your connection, definitely male-centered. Who else is male-centered? Helga, Sierra's male-centered. I wouldn't say that that Shelly is male-centered, but she did have a male-centered moment when it came to Helga, like you said, licking peen on national television. Now you shy, bitch, please. When she had went too far with Ace, she put all the onus on Huda instead of holding Ace accountable. Ace, sir, you could have just gotten up. And to that guy, what's his name? The James Charles lookalike.
Douse.
Who he be? Mr. Douse, y'all look like brothers. And if you want to stop looking like him, maybe stop hanging out with him. The longer you're around people, you start to pick up their mannerisms and look like him, look like them. And you know what? That's all I have to say for now. Thank you.
Okay, yes, I love that. Can I just clock what can I just say what Champagne Mommy said? Sierra kind of is like Kendra, LOL. Now that I think of it, am I your dream girl? Like, yes, very similar. Okay, Tata, do you have thoughts that you would like to share, my friend?
Yeah. So what I don't understand is like, remember that lady who used to do the Kim Kardashian type skits, but then she would get upset when people said she looked like Kim Kardashian. It's giving that, like it's like he's not, people are not saying it to him, so he wanted to come on there and say we don't look alike, so we can say, yeah, you do look like James Charles. Because how can you set your image to be identical to James Charles and then be upset that people are saying you look like James Charles? Like, I don't know. That's all.
Nikki, do you want to share your thoughts, my friend?
Yeah, I don't have much other than like I said, he's at this point is giving Jeffree Star. And we see how that went down, you know. So I'm not surprised of his fat phobic homophobia. that spewed out of his mouth. Um, you know, I I heard, I don't know how true this is, but I kind of believe it. First of all, you don't live under a rock. You know exactly who that man is. And the streets are saying that he's a Redacted fan, which doesn't surprise me.
He
So
is.
I think that it was shade. It was totally shade because they are getting the glow up that y'all ain't getting.
Hmm.
One pancake is not getting. And it is what it is. Like, but you're not gonna sit here and gaslight all of us, knowing if we put y'all side by side, baby, I wouldn't know which one was who. I promise you. I really would not be able to tell.
Right.
And
Yeah.
I don't know if James Charles has responded. So if anybody else has that type of information, I would be very interested on, like the shade that this Douse guy has. It was not just for Nick. It was also for James. And, I knew about him way before I knew about you. So what is that saying?
Yep.
So that's pretty much it.
Yeah, he was definitely, to your point, he was definitely shading James in addition to attempting to shame. Um, we did, Shayla. He was definitely trying to shade them. Yeah, we got Hilga out the way. But yeah, I also, you're right, he is a fan. I scrolled through his page and he said that like she's the prettiest girl I've seen in the villa and like did her like makeup routine.
That makes total sense. And the only thing that I would just like to touch on when we get to a space that we can, has anybody checked on Clark? Has anybody checked on her?
Does Clark
Because I'm
want to check
concerned.
on? I actually, so I'm gonna tell you this, Nikki.
That part.
We could talk about it, but I actually did post a video for y'all, my subscribers, about what I think is going on in that situation and what I think is ultimately going to happen with them. But yeah, I
Okay, I'm
don't.
gonna have to go. I'm new to this whole subscribing
I
thing,
know,
so
I know.
I don't know where the videos are. But I'm gonna go back and find them, because like that has just been, there's been so much Nicolandria content. I'm so grateful. Like I said, my hot take last live, I wanted them to log off. I need to make sure they are watching the show, because I know on the 11th, I think it's being taped. And then if y'all don't know, uh, Bramaya and Nicolandria are going to be guests on Watch What Happens Live on Wednesday.
Okay.
So, okay. Yes. So we finna get something.
I'm gonna have to see. I'm gonna have to see.
Hold on, Nikki. Did you say Nicolandria?
Yes, it's Brian. It's
Oh, I'm
Maya
gonna
and
watch.
Brian, and
Nikki, you a
then Nick
Bravo
and
girly?
Alandria. I'm a Bravo girlie. What are you talking
Period. 'Cause
about?
I'm watching Real Housewives of
Yes.
Miami right now. I like Beverly Hills, and I also watch Dubai. Get with it.
I watched
Team Bravo.
Dubai.
Get with it. I watch them
Potomac,
all, girl.
and only Dubai and Potomac, huh? I used to watch Atlanta, but then it got weird over there.
I know. I watch them all. Unfortunately, I do. Fortunately, I do. I have watched all of them.
Okay, well,
And I'm Team Gertie, by the way, period.
Okay, since
Team Gertie. That's my Haitian bestie, period.
Y'all are silly. I love Potomac, Shayla. I cannot wait for this season to come out so I can give y'all takes about them, baby. Champagne Mommy, we love that. Okay, so I will say, since y'all are watching Perfect Match, Ann and Nikki, I might go ahead and watch it so that I can do some sub takes for y'all about it, because I haven't watched it yet. Totally fuck Potomac. It's really, really good. They're messy as hell. It's definitely colorism at play. It's a lot of mess, but I do think it's good. Okay, Anika, will you give us your thoughts, my friend? And Amina, will you give her time?
Okay.
I looked at the video before you even shared it, and when I saw it, I said, okay, yeah, one, you look like James Charles, and two, you are pole vaulting to conclusions, and I was wondering why he was being so extra shady. But I think Nikki answered it for the mere fact that he likes Honda Civic. Even with the surgical improvements and the Kardashian-esque look of Honda Civic, I guess that's why he thinks she's pretty, blah, blah, blah. I don't understand why he has to be so messy. Because why are you looking for this attention? What is the aim? What are you trying to do? And that's as much as as I saw and as much as I gleaned from it. And I was like, yeah, okay, next kind of thing. Basically, that's it.
Thank you, Mika ZL. I agree. I love, like, one of the things I say all the time is I be attracting all my little, like, Haitian, Anika is from Trinidad and Tobago. Like, I just be loving how diverse my little panel gets. I love that for me. Okay, anyway. Monjama, you're back. Hello. Would you like to, so we are talking about, maybe you were in the comments and you already saw, but we're talking about Dallas and his take on Nick. Do you want to share your thoughts?
Honestly, I haven't seen the tea. I just got off work, but I did see the little discourse with like the James lookalike, and like Anika said, like I already like it's done because I already know who like you're repping, quote unquote. But I'm just here for the vibes. Hi everyone, happy weekend.
Okay, I love that. I love that. Yes. I do be having the whole diaspora in here, Shayla, and I love it. I love it so bad. Thank you,
back. Yes, I have more layer, but hey.
Amina, do you have any additional thoughts?
No, I think Annie said something earlier, but I can't remember what she said that I was like wanted to piggyback off of. But no, I don't care about him. You know how I feel. Maybe I'm blocking. I see one thing I don't like. If he even give me a ping of anti-blackness, I'll just hit the block because I ain't got time for it.
Yeah, I feel that. I think what really disturbed me and like something that I haven't, I mean, and it maybe people are talking about it and I just haven't seen it. I don't see every single take on the internet, right? Wait, hold on. What's happening in the comments? Why are we talking about Pauline like this? What's happening? Sorry, I can't keep up. I do think that like what disturbs me a lot about it too is his the fact that he is like a gay man and that internalized homophobia that I think we don't talk about enough, right? And like my panel has said it before. Okay, Pauline. My panel has talked about before how you cannot just assume certain communities are safe, or you cannot assume just because someone has a marginalized identity that they're going to be able to empathize or relate to certain things. Like they have problematic takes too, right? So the fact that he immediately went to, oh, he must be gay and that's how he knows him was very, very odd and very, very telling. And that is just, yeah, I see he took that video down. He's limited comments. I'm sure he's gonna try to just let that fade into obscurity if he can. I do think too, hi Peter. I do think too, I'm only gonna stay on for a little bit longer, y'all. But I do think too, Amina, will you repeat the part that you wanted us to address?
Basically just like a lot of people, and I'll keep it as black women because that's what I am, coming out at, saying that they're so concerned about Landry and like trying to give her advice, but it's coming off more like hateration, and well, they're not even just like, I mean, with us, you saying put your thinking cap on, and like I have like a sociology degree, so that's what I think, like macros, like look at everything about Alandria. She is a black woman from the South. What about the way her mama, what we saw of her mama, things that she did not prepare that girl as best as she could. Even if you go and look at her Facebook posts or the way her friends ran her Instagram account, what about that says that girl is not educated, and that girl is not smart, and that girl does not, even if she does not have the knowledge, that she doesn't know how to find it And Mama has a business degree from, as she says, the illustrious Tuskegee University. So even if you don't have a degree, one thing that, well, if you, like, let's say your degree is in something random. One thing about going to school is it gives you a network. So, like I said, even if she doesn't have it, she can find somebody that has it. So people need to stop, like, treating this girl like she's stupid. And baby, she's with Nick. Nick probably got a family lawyer. Maybe that's not gonna be her lawyer, but he could look over the contract and refer her to somebody. Like, come on now, stop playing with my girl.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree. So I feel like it is a lot of fake concern. I think this also speaks to whatever that girl's name was. Sorry, y'all. I'm not trying to be an asshole. I really don't remember what her name was. The girl that had to take Cindy. It's fake concern, right? Because the reality is they've been out of the middle for 2 seconds. The girl is booking gigs because he already had gigs booked, so he's bringing her in. Because if I'm gonna be coupled up with somebody, why wouldn't I put my girl on? You feel me? And then the whole like, this girl is not stupid. I said when she was on that live that time, and Red Hat and somebody said Plantation Princess were all up in her space. Alandria was like, I'm about to pop them hands. Like, she knows she is not unclear about how to navigate spaces, and people need to not infantilize her. Nothing about her has given she is naive or to your point, uneducated, right? She might be ignorant about some things because she hasn't moved in certain spaces, but I do think that she also has people around her that support her and would want to see her win. And I feel like the concern is really about, like you said, it's about being a hater. It's about wanting to think that something negative is going to happen. And so I'm feigning as though I am concerned about her, when really it's that I'm almost plotting on her downfall. You know what I mean? So we'll work our way from the bottom, or actually we'll go to Anne and then Nikki. And then we'll go Tata, Anika, and Manjoma. I see you, Peter. I will bring you up right after this panel answers this question.
If you ever worry about Alandria, go through Mama's old tweets. She has manifested her whole life. God do not play about that girl. The way Taylor has to watch people adore her when he tried to humiliate her, baby, that makes me so happy. Because I know his ass is seething. And then they're over here using the whole, she comes from a poor family. Baby, she about to write herself some excellent checks. She never needed Taylor. Fuck y'all. Who's saying that she was plotting on him. So just pray for my girl. Don't ever be talking negative about her. Just pray for her. She got it. She all right. Okay, sorry, Ann. Go ahead.
This question right now, V, that Anne's getting ready to respond to first. This question is about people like faking concern for Alandria when really it's like based in hateration. All right, will you go ahead and give Anne her time?
Sorry about that. Can you repeat that for me one more time?
Yeah, just your thoughts around people. It's like faking concern for Alandria, or whether or not you think it is fake, but saying that they have all this concern for Alandria about how she's navigating this time. Like, is that real? Is that fake? What is it rooted in?
I think it's vain concern. For you to say that Alandria is not an independent woman, she's literally the firstborn daughter. So I'm not the firstborn, but my older sister is. And so she's been parentified. And so she grew up with a lot of responsibility. So I know for a fact she's independent, maybe even hyper independent. So mind your business. You're mad that you don't have a man putting you on. They put each other on. The relationship is very reciprocal. It's giving some of y'all are haters. Get a life. I guess you don't think that dark-skinned women can be happy. And then this little silly thing they do trying to, kind of pitch Shelly and Ola against each other because Shelly decides to keep her friendship with Sierra. Y'all forgot Olan is still friends with Austin, and no one's talking about that. They could be friends with whoever they want to be friends with. One is a Trump supporter, and the other one is a racist towards the Asian, I guess. Sierra, bitch, I don't like you because not only are you against my Asian brothers and sisters, but now you're homophobic. Girl, go somewhere. That's all.
I agree. Thank you, Anne. Amina, will you give Nikki her time next? 5 minutes for her, and then we'll start with Peter because he's new to the panel, and then we'll go up with the rest of the folks.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So yeah, this faux concern, quote unquote concern, for Olandria is so bothersome because I feel like it is coming from a particular fan base that is Shalace. And it's been happening for a very long time, and I've said this in lives before. I'll say it again. There are just a lot of black people that do not like to see black successful, especially successful black women with a white man. Like we have to just be honest about that. And but there are also one thing that has bothered me so much about concern is that when this whole Janae and Kenny thing happened, a lot of them were just like, Nick, we're keeping an eye on you, honey. Alandria has given me nothing but, as for me and my house, we are clapping on the 2 and 4. Okay, that is the 2 and 4 household. There is nothing about how Alandria moves that does not give me that this is going to be a house that claps on the 2 and 4. So it's really disappointing because at this point, especially in this climate, there's nothing more that I want to see as black women coming together to support other black women. And this whole concept of winning and losing is so bothersome in terms of like they're both winning. And we've gotten into this, and Tina, maybe you can elaborate more on the psychological aspect of it, but I just feel like we've just gotten into this place where this space where it's about how many followers. I don't know if people have watched like Dark Mirror, but I definitely suggest you go and watch certain episodes of Dark Mirror, because there is this particular episode that they actually have where we live in a society where pretty much our likes and our content is walking around with us. And depending on your interaction, your likes will go up and your popularity will go up based on how nice you are to someone, or if this person is not a good person, like how you'll treat them. There's a really good episode in Dark Mirror, but this reminds me of that because we're seeing all this quote unquote popularity with Redacted and how many followers she has, and 404, getting out here and monetizing, her victimhood. And it just makes me, it's not lost on me that there's a lot of people in life that really go through thinking that because you have 6 million followers, 6 million people like you. I have always been a quality over quantity type of person. And what I will say is 2 million followers Olivia has versus the 6 million Redacted has. Those 2 million following Andrea, we have credits that work. We have limits. Our credit cards. We have good credit, of course. We are educated. We are positive people. We love. And that's the difference. Just because you have 6 million followers don't mean, first of all, y'all bought them. Let's be real. You bought them followers. And it doesn't mean that there's a more of a popularity or somebody's winning more than another. And, just to tie it back to the faux rage or the faux concern with Alandria, it just goes to show that we have to be careful of bad actors coming into and engaging with that. If I don't believe that we should continue to engage in those conversations and still continue to uplift Shelley as well, because that's where I see a lot of discourse. It's not from other people, but it's from particularly in the Black community.
Yeah. Thank you for that take, Nikki. Okay, Amina, would you start with Peter? And I heard your request. I can offer more thoughts afterward. Thank y'all so much for gifting my panel. I love when y'all do that. Amina, will you start with Peter? Give him his 3 minutes too, please.
That should do from Jamaica.
How am I getting 3 minutes?
Hold on. Tina, I don't want to interrupt, but I see people are gifting, but the numbers aren't going up. That's just something else I wanted to mention.
Yeah, it's being weird.
Everyone on the panel is still at a zero. You keep saying they're gifting, but I don't see the numbers going up. I don't know what's going on.
Okay.
Sorry.
No. You're fine. Start it over again. Amina, what'd you ask me, Peter?
Yeah, I'm saying, how am I getting 3 minutes? And not five. What's going on?
Oh, 5 minutes go to my my subscribers. My subscribers get 5 minutes. Everybody else gets.
Okay.
Good question. Thank
Okay.
you.
Well, I need my 3 minutes restarted.
Yes, will you please restart it one more time, Amina? Okay.
All right. So for the James Charles lookalike, I think it's boils down to jealousy. That's just a lot of those influencers. That's the issue. Jealousy. They have a lot of heat right now, a lot of attention. That a lot of people want right now. So that's what it all boils down to right now. Is just the jealousy. Because I heard him when he was like, who even invite him in here? Maybe it must be a plus one. It's jealousy because at the end of the day, they are reality TV stars. You're a YouTube, you're a TikTok star. It's not the same thing. Stay in your lane. Secondly, what? Oh yeah, the other commentator was saying just now. Yeah, I think it's also there's a lot of Chile's fans. I was in a live yesterday, and there's a lot of black people that the whole idea of Alondra being with a white man, they can't see past the white. It doesn't matter how much he's doing for her, how much he's helping her, they can't see past the white. Because I literally was arguing with about three black dudes saying that Taylor is better than me. It was exhausting. My head was literally pounding at the end of that because they didn't come with any facts of anything. It's just pure projection, which they always do. With the whole Shelley thing, I'm a fan of Shelley, not necessarily Ace. I don't hate Ace, but I'm not gonna be like I'm a big fan of him. But I'm a fan of Shelley, and I think a lot of the thing with quote unquote the Shelley's fans, I think it also boils down to jealousy as well. I think it's a bit of jealousy and this all the fact that what Nick and Alanja is getting all this attention and Shell and Ace isn't. And the whole idea of this whole the black love thing, I think a lot of person can let go of that. It doesn't matter. This is not really reference to Shell and Ace. It doesn't matter how toxic the love is. They would like a lot of person don't care. I think they root for it until they die. And that's the part I literally do not get. It's like you can't see it's the whole Taylor thing is that you cannot see his faults. You think he did nothing wrong because he's a black man. And I'm a black man, and that's one thing I'll never look past. What he did some very messed up stuff. He's been doing some very messed up stuff, and I'll never be able to look past it because he's a black man. I'll never give him a pass for that. So at the end of the day, this white man is doing what literally she posted so many different things that she wanted to do, and within just 2 weeks of leaving that villa, this white man has made a lot of that come through. So this whole idea of the folk outrage and people saying they hope she's being careful, she do need to do her own thing. She has a degree in business. She's a grown ass woman. She works in the corporate world. She's not stupid. She did say she's getting her team together. So this whole idea is whether or not is she taking advantage of. Like I said, it's all folk in jealousy and envy, and also I wouldn't say anti-blackness because a lot of them are black, but a lot of self-hate as well, solely on the fact that she's with a white man that a lot of person can't see past him being white, and that to me that's the issue. And with that, I'm mute.
I think that is a really important point. I do think that, and I made a video not long after the season ended, and I was just like, I do hope that, they recognize, and I think maybe like Alandria probably knows, but I don't know. Oh yes, Veggie, I'm gonna bring you up after. I'm gonna do drop from like longest on to shortest on, so I will bring you up and let you add to this as well. I do feel like I was like, I just hope that they're aware of like the vitriol that they're going to get simply because she is a dark-skinned Black woman with a white man, and that is going to bother people. So thank you for that, for naming that, Peter. Amina, will you give Monjama her time? And then Monjama, will you share your thoughts?
Okay, yes. I feel like everyone's like already like, said the most important stuff. And I also feel like I was listening to a podcast earlier. It's all about what we've been quote unquote programmed to think. Like for example, what the creator I was listening to, her example was like dark Aunt Viv and light Aunt Viv, and how like darker skin Aunt Viv, what the flavor she had, like a lot of has like a lot of viral moments, and like and the other Aunt Viv didn't at all. I feel like I'm going on a tangent, but all to say is that people are programmed to believe that dark skinned women don't deserve these things, and when it does occur, it's like how did you get here? Like what what did you do to do this? But I feel like this time around, even with the edits, like you can see that Alandria was just being her, and like she was, and Charlie too. They're being like pursued, and people are just flabbergasted, and like it's propaganda. Like I feel like everyone said, but like the important parts. But it's just sad, honestly, because look at the times. But at the same time, look at the times. If that makes sense, like I feel like we have evolved. Like we're doing this right now through a phone, so but also we're going backwards slowly, and it's just scary. But
Yeah.
yeah.
Thank you for those thoughts, Monjama. I agree. And I wanna address the user's comment real quick. Yes, Anne, I see your request. So after Anika and Tata go, then I will have you go one more time. And I'm also gonna bring up a new person. So user, you said, hold on. Alandria, nope, that's not what I wanted. We have to balance being protective of what they have and also censoring the Alandria and Nicolandria. I agree. There is a creator on here that actually I think gave an excellent take around like what a social media strategy could look like for Alandria, like how to make the most of her brand as she is like in this space. Thank you all so much for gifts and the likes. Thank you so much. It's really, I appreciate it. And I think it's great. And I did watch Alandria's live today, and she did say that she does have management. She's trying to plan a whole tour, y'all. She wants to do like a little like a meet and greet tour. So yeah, she definitely is going to be covered, and I hope that, again, she just has people around her that are supporting her with making sure that she has trusted management. But I do think that she is smart, and I think that she is going to do just fine. Will you give Anika her 3 minutes, please, Amina? And then it'll be Tata, and then we'll go to Anne one more time.
Okay, great. So, I agree with everybody's sentiments, but I agree with everybody's sentiments so far. It is rooted in jealousy, and it is also rooted in colorism. And I'm speaking from the perspective of being a dark-skinned Black woman myself, being a professional, being infantilized, being discounted, being made to feel less than, being even in romantic relationships. And in the case of Alandria, because she is getting this love, and I feel so good about it. It feels like even I am winning, even though it's not me, she is getting so much love, so much attention, so much blessing. And it is irking people because they don't think that she actually deserves it. And it coming from a white man is even worse, because how dare this white man love this Black woman, because he does love her. There is no question in my mind that Nick loves Alandria. And that was even before they ended the show. I picked up on all the cues. And for a lot of people, it's a strange thing to conceptualize. So a lot of this fake concern and is rooted primarily in jealousy and thinking that a dark-skinned Black woman does not deserve what she is getting, because we are supposed to be at the bottom of the desirability chart. We people make judgments about you just on the basis of how you look. That has been my life experience. And I'm seeing that kind of thing playing out. So, I mean, at the end of the day, it is clear. I mean, because when the show was going on, I went into her social media. This is an accomplished woman. So I have no worries where she's concerned. Absolutely none. I think she's going to do fine. People want to see she and Nick break up. I don't think that will happen because it's a totally different dynamic. But yeah, basically it is rooted in all this fake concern is rooted in jealousy because they don't think she deserves it.
That is, I love that you brought in the colorism piece. Somebody else also mentioned like featureism, right? There is absolutely a dynamic that is beyond just them feeling like, oh, it's because she's a white woman. They're like the things that I've heard and that I've seen some people say, the slurs that they have used against this woman because she's with the white man. Like, yeah, there's layers to this. Tata, will you give us your, oh yeah, Feiji and Fear. I can't wait to hear your take. Tata, will you give us your thoughts?
Yeah, first off, I want to say I can't subscribe because I locked myself out of my Apple account and I'm on timeout because I try to log in too many times. So I will subscribe soon. But what I wanted to say was I don't think that it's only stemming from like a place of like jealousy or colorism. I think it's because number one, in the Black community, I feel like entirely we are, even if you're not a firstborn, we're taught to raise our siblings and then eventually raise our parents. So we don't necessarily know what it's like to be loved and be loved correctly. So when we see it, it's almost like an uncomfortable feeling that you don't know what it is, but it doesn't feel right for you. And you see, and we're pushed to promote Black love no matter what. So when a Black man does the bare minimum just on them choosing us, period, is enough, is validation enough. And so when you're seeing a Black woman being loved in a way that you've never seen or never experienced, you feel uncomfortable. So you may not necessarily be jealous. It's just, you don't know what to do with that. And I feel like, so it's almost like like you kind of cringing away from it. I think that's what it is. I think also, we need to understand that with the Black culture, we are a village. We're the type of people who we raise concerns even before like we see it happens, because I think at the core we want the best for one another. So I feel like we're out of fear of just like seeing something bad happen to her. We may have what's it called? We may be projecting that fear. And I think and also I want to say lastly, we are gonna be harder on Nick because he is a white man. You see how everyone felt about Ace when he was in the villa, but the second he got out, all of a sudden everyone's all about Ace. I feel like the world is hard on Black men, but the Black community is not hard on Black men enough. We let them off the hook quicker. So for us, Ace is this. He's been, what's the English word? Damn it. Like he's been forgiven in our eyes because it's on the simple fact that he's a Black man, and we're not even going to hold him accountable or even pay attention to see if there are possible red flags to protect Shelly, because we're not accustomed to scrutinizing Black and Black relationships to protect a Black woman. But we're going to scrutinize Nick because Nick is a white man. We're looking for any excuse, any reason to say, see, I told you should stay with the Black man. So I don't think it's necessarily jealousy. I think it's all the things that are come together, combined, what we've been conditioned to do as Black women and as Black people. So we're quicker to forgive Ace, to let Ace off the hooks for doing the bare minimum. But even though Nick is going above and beyond, it's almost like, I'm not too sure about him. It's from a sense of like, we're trying to protect her, but we're going about it the wrong way. That's what I think.
Yeah,
Clock that.
that's a great point. That is a great point. So I know that Anne, you wanted to add something else. I am going to say that one of my subs is in the queue, so I am going to, Anika, I know you want to add something, and then I will drop you to bring my sub up. And then Veggie, we will get, and tell me if I'm saying that wrong too when you come off mute. You will give us your thoughts. So Anne, will you add what you wanted to add, my friend?
Um, oh, excuse me. First of all, I'd like to say, Anika, I love your accent. I'm Haitian, so shout out to the Caribbeans. Secondly, would love to say, actually, Tina, I'll volunteer to drop, no problem. Also, what I wanted to mention is actually want to piggyback off Monjama, love that name. That I was watching Jessie Woo's her podcast today, and she was talking about how Ari's talked
That's
about
what I was
she
watching.
loves. Yeah, I know. I that's why I wanted to piggyback off of it. Because I'm like, wait a minute, this sounds familiar. So Ari Lennox, the artist, was talking about how she does love Martin and Gina, but she was basically alluding to the fact of the colorism in our old TV sitcoms. And people came for her because of it. She's like, well, as a dark-skinned woman, how am I supposed to love it? It seemed like Pam and Gina were pitted against each other, and Gina got the man because she light-skinned. But now growing up and seeing everything, I think that Martin really liked Pam, and that's why he kept making fun of her more. But she gave it right back to him, like Jesse said. And then, thank you, Anjama. And then also, what else? Remember when they replaced in Fresh Prince of Bel Air, they replaced with dark skin Viv to light skin Viv, and the show was never the same. And then they replaced on The Family Matters, dark skin Mrs. Winslow with this other light skin Harriet, and it was never the same. And thank you for that episode, Jesse Wu, for
My
awakening
wife
to the
and
fact
kids
that
too.
our sitcoms have been oh my God, girl, clock it. And mind you, my wife and kids is the same Gina from Penn and clock that. She did it in two sitcoms in two different eras, because my wife and kids was like the early 2000s. I think it started in 2007 if I'm not wrong. And it was filmed in Connecticut, where I'm from. Shout out to Connecticut. Yeah, so a lot of the Black sitcoms are really laced with colorism, and that's something that we need to discuss. Why do we need to pit the dark-skinned women against the light-skinned women, and then making it seem like the dark-skinned women are not as talented, and then when the light-skinned women come on, no shade, it doesn't hit the same way as the dark-skinned originals. And as a Black culture, I think it's important to see all of these things depicted on television, right? And for me, as a Haitian American, I love what Garcelle Bouvet does for the community, and a bunch of like Haitian actors I've seen, I like on the scene. I think we all need representation, especially in media, so that we can see like what's possible for us in the next generation. And I don't want the next generation to believe that based on the tone of your skin, and even featureism, which I'm just learning is also part of colorism, to be the reason why we're not afforded opportunities. Well, that's all. Thanks, Tina, for having me. I'll see you guys hopefully next week. And yes, I'll be watching the videos. I'll be on your page. Toodles.
Bye, Anne. Thank you so much. Anne is one of my subs.
Hi, Anne.
All your thoughts always.
Good night.
My girl Gigi is in the queue. Okay. Anika, you wanted to respond. Please go ahead and give us your thoughts.
Yes. So first off, thank you all for loving my accent. That's wonderful. It's sort of a tangential point to what Tata was saying when she was speaking about Shelley and Ace. I don't know if you all saw the photos for the Variety thing that they went to. And I looked at Shelley and I looked at Ace, and I told myself, Ace is not ready for Shelley. I looked at that. Shelley has a presence that is so powerful on her own that Ace seems to be dwarfed by it. Like he didn't know what to do around her. And it was, I was like, I don't think this guy is ready for Shelley. I really don't think this guy is ready for Shelley. Honestly, I don't know. I don't know if he could handle all this woman. I couldn't understand it. That was the energy that I read. He was like a shy. he was like a shy boy. His energy was very, very different in the villa. And she has such a powerful presence. I just want to say that I'm not worried that they won't have a successful relationship, but I'm wondering how much frustration might emerge in their dynamic based on what energetically I picked up. And that's all I have to say.
Okay, Anika, they came from my fucking neck when I said that on my video. I basically said, like, they are just in two developmentally different places. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's just real. Oh my God. Y'all got me to 160K likes? Thank you. I haven't even been watching. I've been so like just tuned in to my panel. Y'all are so brilliant. But like, yes, developmentally, they are in different spaces, and that's not a negative. Again, and I say this all the time. I know it's annoying at this point, probably, but like 40 and 35 are different than 11 and 16, right? But that's still a 5-year difference. 22 and 27, that is a big difference because of where they are developmentally. It doesn't mean they can't work, but I was like, but there are some things that I think they would need to address in order to be able to work. And they were pissed that I said that. But I stand by what I said. You know what I mean? I stand by what I said. So Anika, I'm with you. I can totally understand why that might have been the energy that you felt. And I know what somebody in the comments was like, you know, he did read or like lead the men in the villa. I hear that, but he and other people in the villa have come out to say that like that actually was just an edit that we got, that wasn't so accurate as to like what was happening. That it was a lot more like he's the loudest voice, but that doesn't mean he's the strongest voice, right? And I tell my kids all the time, just because you're the loudest person in the room doesn't mean you're the strongest person in the room. He just happened to be saying the things that everybody agreed with him around, so it seemed like it was his original thought, but he was also just confident enough to speak out, and they already agreed with him anyway. You know what I mean? So it definitely, I don't think, was as much him leading as maybe we thought as viewers, based on what other people have shared. So thank you for naming that, Anika. I know that I'm not crazy, but you know, the people be acting like I am, and I just be like, okay, that's fine. Like I mean, honestly, it's no skin in the game for me. Like, it doesn't matter either way what happens, but based on what I see, I think there's some stuff that needs to be addressed if they're going to be successful long term. That's
I
it.
agree with you. I agree with you 100%. I mean, when you look at Shelly's pictures alone, her standalone pictures, she is a force. That is what you're getting. She is a force. And he is just, I mean, yeah, the kids, they look cute, but the dynamic there's an imbalance. I'm picking up on it. You know, they could work on it. I don't see it being an impossibility. But yeah, she's a standalone. Her presence is very, very powerful.
And we love that for her. I do agree. Somebody in the comments was like, they're 90s fine. I know that Kalen has been saying that. I'm pretty sure that's how I say his name. Kalen. He's been saying that. I agree. They are 90s fine. Okay, Veggie, my friend, you came up. I want to hear your thoughts, but my sub did join, so I'm going to prioritize her sharing, but then I'm going to come to you right next, okay? Amina, will you give Gigi 5 minutes, and then we will go to Veggie for her food?
Hi. Sorry, I had to put my drink down. I'm going through stuff tonight. So I think a lot of great points were made, but I'm not surprised because your panels always have great points. Your panelists are always amazing. There's always a lot of critical thought, and brain cells are like working in overdrive, and I appreciate and love that. I'd like to just add another layer to this whole Nick and Melandria discourse that I've watched, that I've like kind of gleaned while observing, and it's something I like to call the shoulda coulda conundrum, in which a lot of Black women that I find, especially younger Black women that I find who are observing and criticizing Nick and Landry's connection and relationships, and it ties into the fear of the darker skinned Black woman becoming the desirable, and it's this aspect of like, shoulda coulda been me. Like, how dare this dark-skinned Black woman step out of her space that we've given her in the conventional definition of beautiful and be more desirable than me, because it should have been someone like me, and it should have been someone that represented my aesthetic. And here she is, not only just being loved, but being loved well. and to her standards and to her needs. And so it sparks this competitive jealousy in these women. And that's what I'm hearing, because even when you ask them like for the logical basis of their criticism, it always lands on something superficial that can be easily disproven. So there's never any factual piece. Like when you tell her, okay, so what more do you want? Because Nick, as much as, I love me some black love, but Nick is very much giving her what she has asked for, literally, and living in it. And people are completely discounting this beautiful symbiosis that exists within the ethos of their relationship, in which allows her to live in this space that she craves, while simultaneously allowing him to grow into a space that he needs. And that's a beautiful thing. And that's amazing when you see that within any relationship. And when you see that with Nick and Alandria, and you see that, it's really disheartening, and it really uncovers a deeper layer of issues that have been plagued within our own communities, that's been, that societally has been implanted into our minds and has permeated through younger generations, and is continuing to fester. And we'll never get into those issues, because it's like the call is coming from inside the house. And we're never going to get rid of these issues and ask others to be able to deal with it until we deal with it within our own communities. And it's so vexing to see, to like try to have to argue these kids down. It's like what Peter was saying earlier, like you're having to literally argue with yourselves. And it's like, why? We're doing the work for them at this point, where this divisiveness, and they don't even see it. And they try to blame it on Nick. And it's like, it's not Nick, it's you. I want you to hold this mirror up to yourself and tell you it's you. How often in any relationship, regardless of the racial the racial dynamic, can we say that a man is actually listening to what a woman wants and is providing it, and a woman is doing the same in turn, right? How often do we get to see that? When we see this, like, and I feel like as a culture, we're so used to being inundated with media images that present a toxic dynamic between a black man and a black woman, that we kind of see it as the norm, that we fail to recognize what a healthy dynamic between a black couple is. And I think it's super, super bizarre to me. But I think they're going to make it. You know why? Because his friends, which I'm glad to find out that his friends were actually the ones running his social media account, which makes things so much more funny. But we find out that through his friends, are dropping hints in the comment sections. Even before Kalani put out their statement during the Greece trip, they were dropping the comment 51 under all his pictures, signifying that Nick has probably already dropped the L word to her, because she's the 51st person. And you see this, and the fact that Nick was in charge of all these edits that came out, which means Nick had a very heavy hand in telling this story and putting this out there. So we already know the man is in love. He got himself a black queen. That man is in love. Call him the Prince of Wakanda. Put a crown on him. That man is in love. Y'all better leave my clients alone. But yeah, I think it spawns a greater conversation that we really need to be having, especially with the younger generations, because I'm really concerned about this social construct that has been embedded into their minds and their psyches, and it's hidden under this guise of wokeness, which truly scares me.
Yeah. Y'all, my panel, give it up for the panel, okay? Thank y'all for gifting my panelists too. Okay, yes, all of that, Gigi. I already knew that you were gonna clock the things. Always so important. I always appreciate your takes, because it does wake up some stuff. Thank y'all. Yes, drop the.
I
Yes,
appreciate y'all.
yes, clap it
Y'all
up for
make me
my.
feel like my brain cells be working sometimes. I appreciate y'all.
We don't play in this live. You know it, sis. You know we don't play over here.
Y'all sure don't. Y'all be activating all my little brain cells. I appreciate y'all.
All right, Veggie, we want to hear your thoughts, my friend. With Amina, will you give her 3 minutes, please?
Hey, do I start? Thanks so much for bringing me up, Tina. I really appreciate it. And I don't know how I'm gonna follow Gigi's. Like that was so well put. Just for full disclosure, I'm Canadian. I'm not American. And to be fair, I'm not even Canadian. I'm actually British, but I moved, right? So I grew up watching the British version of Love Island, so that was what I was watching, and it was the same kind of story over and over again. How they'll have a single dark skin.
Oh, you went out.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah, now
They'll have a single dark skinned black woman who just ends up either getting ignored or just like siloed into her like partner with the one other black guy who just so happened to find her attractive. So that's just what I'm used to watching. So watching the US version has been a bit of a breath of fresh air, but it hasn't really like broken any boundaries like this one has, because you kind of see the same thing happening as well. And I always wondered, like, oh, why is it that they always have like two dark-skinned black girls like in the starting lineup? And it's like it's a reason for that, right? They're hoping that this like dynamic where someone lighter or someone of another race will come in and shake things up, right? And it doesn't fail for the most part, right? So that's just, I think that's what I really like about this, because it's like it exposes everything in our society, it exposes the racial hierarchy, and like Gigi said, you see all this stuff projected on the Love Island personalities, right? People who, there's a lot of women who are out there think they look better than Olandria when they do not. And the thing is it really their fault? Because for the most part, we sideline and we erase women who look like Olandria on a daily basis, right? We do. And society has polarized African looks. As someone who is Nigerian, I 100% relate to like Olandria's look like way more than I would relate to like Shelley's look, right? So and I feel like if it was Shelley in the place of Olandria, there would be less hate. So that's just my hot take about it, right? So yeah, so I think seeing it where this white guy is loving out loud a woman who looks like Olandria, and yes, she's stunningly beautiful, but at the same time, this is not something that we see in the theaters. It's not something that we see every day on reality TV, and it flips the entire hierarchy on its head, and that's why people are mad. So, yep.
Yes, I love this take. So, I don't know how to say your name. Is it Aisha? Correct me if I'm saying it wrong. I like to try to say y'all's names right. Please spell it phonetically for me if I'm saying it wrong. So I did put this graphic back here. So when they did the Kulani Kinis shoot, they said, they're talking about Nick in that second paragraph, the last line, you know the ones, the pieces he's modeled in, worn and reworn in the villa, smooched in, canniballed in, and even fallen head over heels in love in. We see you, Olandria. So we are definitely speculating, but our context clues are definitely giving us yes. When that boy was in the villa and said that his heart feels flutters, oh baby, the heart chakra was opened up. I think Nick has loved that girl for much longer than he has said out loud, and I think he has been, taking his time. She's a slow burn, whatever. He's definitely been trying to respect where she's at. But I think that if nothing else, he loved her as a human, as a person. And I think now it is romantic as well. Yes.
And Tina, just to piggyback on that real quick.
Yeah.
Someone on Twitter, tweeted, did you to Kalani's like, did you say in love? And they responded, we didn't stutter.
Right. I saw that. They were like, we said what we said. Okay. We don't care. So yeah, it definitely, like, I was saying, I think I said it to Gigi. I was like, can you imagine your hard launch being a paid fucking gig? I'm sorry. That's fucking iconic. That is
No, absolutely.
And I love that for them. I love it.
There go that closure she was looking for. I'm just saying. But if that's not enough for her, I'm just saying, in my Amazon wish list, y'all go take a look. I got a 5x5 she can get. I got a 5x5 human hair closure she can get. I'm just saying that if she really wants closure.
For real. She got flued out, Amina, on God. Flued out, paid, and then hard launched the relationship with an I love you. Like, baby, stop playing on their side. Don't do this. Don't do
It's
this.
the look he gives her. It's like he's drunk in love. Like I had a partner who I left. I shouldn't have left. One of my biggest fumbles and biggest regrets. But anyways, I had a guy just like Nick. He used to look at me that exact way, and oh my god, like watching this, like watching him look at her like that was so like triggering but satisfying at the same time, because it's almost like a confirmation, like, oh my god, that's the look, right? So yeah.
That's what I mean, that like as a society that like we've really been brainwashed with all these toxic relationships that we see in media, and the way we consume the way what relationships that are idolized in media look like. We don't really we've forgotten what it looks like to actually be liked on top of being loved in functional relationships. And so when we see it, people call it simping, or they say, oh, he's a punk for her. When it's like, no, the man actually loves her and he actually likes her, which is super important, because these are conversations, believe it or not, as cheesy. I talk trash about my husband, right? But as much trash as I talk, like one thing like we always come back to is I don't just love you, I actually like you. Right? And that's super important because he actually likes her. And I think that's what makes the way he looks at her so extra special. Because there's more to intimacy than just like romantic intimacy. There's like this platonic intimacy that exists between the two of them that is very, very rare these days. And it's sad that it's rare.
Yeah, exactly. My husband is in the comments, y'all, and he literally said, I understand all of where Nick is at and how he looks at and loves and adores her. So just let me and Gigi like confirm to y'all that there are men that actually like you and adore you and love you and have all this adoration for you decades in. Okay. So this is why when I'm looking at them, yes, I'm looking at them like as a marriage and family therapist and like what I see work with clients. And I am speaking from my own experience. I know what it's like when a man actually likes you. If his support of you stops at his ability to have access to you, that is not liking. Okay. He does not like you. Okay. Exactly. He said, if I'm your bestie, your boo, whatever, I'm trying to be in here. Forever.
Yes, he is in there like swimwear. Like he is not playing, and actually got her in some swimwear. You see what he did there? It is layered. That is a layered king. He is not playing about his girl. But no, seriously, like it's I love seeing this, especially in such a young couple, because I feel like it gives hope to younger generations that this kind of healthy dynamic between two individuals exists and it works, you know?
Yeah, the dating apps like ruined everything, right? Like we're living in this culture where everything happens really fast. There is no
Yeah.
slow burn. People are like super quick to hop to bed, which I'm not judging, but I'm just saying that like it's just kind of ruined the dance, the courtship, all of that. It's ruined it, and I think people don't know how to get it back. And I think this is why this has resonated with so many people. Because sometimes I get really shocked when like you have these really diehard Nicolandria fans that are like white girls or Asian girls, and it's like, oh, okay, all right, I guess like all these other people are writing with us, but I think everybody is just, someone said it reminds them of the Twilight fandom when that came out, right? And everybody was going crazy for this like romance. So yeah, it's very satisfying.
I get what you're saying. I just truly hope that they don't compare it to Twilight, because that was toxic. But that's a whole nother conversation.
Not the love story, just the fandom, the way the
Just
fandom.
the fandom.
Because I was gonna say that's a whole nother toxic conversation we can
Yeah.
get into another day.
That was super toxic.
I was just gonna throw in real
Nikki, give us your
I
thoughts.
was just gonna throw in real quick. Like I think, as I'm watching, especially younger people, speak, against this relationship or not understanding, I was just like, there is a huge problem in how this new generation is raised in knowing, how to receive that type of love, the self-worth that you have to have in order to even recognize that a person could even love you in that way. And I see it. I talk to my mentees about this, and I have to explain to them there's a difference between, you know, infatuation and sex does not equate intimacy. Intimacy is something very, very vulnerable. And if you have not been in a place or have not been raised or have not, you know, been able to express your vulnerability in a deep way with a person of interest, and they receive it and love you anyway, of course you're not going to recognize when a person is really taking their time to get to know you as a human being, as opposed to looking at you as a sexual object. So we have to be very, like I encourage them, be very careful about what this sex liberation that, you know, you're into right now. Yes, there is a place for that, but there also is value in allowing a man to get to know who you are first before you give up your body to them.
Yeah. Yeah, and I know we've talked about this on this live before, y'all. Like I've said before, like with my husband, I waited 3 months to have sex with him because I am a lover girl, baby. I be down bad, okay? And I just know that like having sex too soon, it would warp my thoughts, you know? And so I moved very intentionally with this man because I didn't want to fall into a trap of like letting sex make me think that it was something more. You know what I mean? You can't trick me, Montgomery, right? I was like, I will not be playing myself this time, okay? I know me well enough to know. So it is about, that's my husband making the face in the comment, y'all. So it is about knowing yourself. You know what I'm saying? Like you need to know, am I going to be able to have this rate of speed and still be able to tell whether or not this man actually likes me? You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, it is. And I think unfortunately, you know, and I'm pro ho on this page, y'all, but I do think that unfortunately our young girls, they don't always realize, why are you crying? I am pro ho, but they don't always realize that, you know, and I think we're seeing this with the way that people have talked about certain couples on the island, that just because we're having sex does not mean it's deep, baby. Okay. That does not mean it's deep. Okay. So one of our commenters did ask, they said, it was Daya, who do we see not lasting? And I know it's because I said that I could see these two lasting. I do have a video
Can I
about,
say something?
yes, Anika.
I think Clark and Taylor are not going to last.
Yes.
I predict that before the year is out, they're not going to last. I don't see it. I don't see it happening. I mean, pot on the head and all this thing is tolerable enough for a time, but I mean, no, I don't see them lasting. I'd be surprised if they last, honestly.
I'm gonna give you my rundown takes of all the couples, and then I want my whole panel to answer. We'll go Gigi, Nikki, Tata, Anika. You can tell us more, Monjama, and then Feji. And then I am gonna drop somebody that's been up here longest, just to bring up I have two people up here. So two people in the queue. I will say that, so Clark and Taylor, I don't think that they're going to last forever, but because of their dynamic and what we've watched, perfect. Thank you, user, for letting me know. I do think that because of the dynamic that we have watched between, exactly, they will force it, Farrah. That is what I predict with the two of them, is that they will not want to prove us right. Or Alandria right for that, you know, because she told Clark in the villa, good night, just Franny. Oh, good. I hope it's good. But she, you know, Alandria told her in the villa, you know, be careful because he can switch up on you. I think based on what we heard her already say about trying to, you know, excuse his behaviors, that I think they would stick it out simply to prove us wrong. But I do think that ultimately they will disintegrate as a couple, because I think you know, most women, when they turn 30, they start to begin to understand themselves differently. They have a different sort of like life kind of experience. So I could see them breaking up, but I also would not be shocked if it was much further down the road. As far as Brian and Amaya, I don't think that they're going to last a year. I said what I said. For me, when it comes to those two, I did not see enough emotional depth. Now, I know that they have been keeping themselves off of social media. So who knows? Maybe they're building something really deep and intimate that does not just involve physicality. But what I saw them do in the villa was kiss every time they started trying to have a conversation, exactly, Anika, from Brian, and have sex with each other, right? And to me, that's just not enough to last long term. Once you start getting to know the person, you start finding out shit you don't like about them, you're just not going to want to tolerate certain shit. You know what I'm saying? And I don't think that they have the foundation to make them choose to try to push through, personally. Okay? That's what I think is different about these two. Hi, Ebony. We're giving our takes about which couples we think will, what we think the trajectory of the couples will be. That's what is different about these two that are friends, right? Is that when you are friends with your partner, you have a little bit more motivation to push through because you have something else to rest on. When they're getting on your nerves as your partner, you still like them as your friend. You know what I'm saying? So you can kind of lean into that friendship to sustain you. I haven't seen that from Brian and Amaya. When it comes to Shelly and Ace, I think that they will have a nice long-term relationship, but I do think ultimately that they break up, personally. But I could see them going a couple of years. I just don't really see it being a forever thing because of that age difference. They are just they're developmentally just in two different places right now. And so unless they do something to address that, to like go to therapy, talk about some things, I just don't see how they can last forever. Iris and Pepe, I've always said that they give me Sandy and Danny from Greece. It's giving Summer Loving, and there's nothing wrong with that. But for me, based on what I saw, because I can only go up on what I see, right? And I tell y'all all the time, I don't look at curated social media to give me an idea into people's, like, what's happening with them. So just what I saw, and I will be fair that we didn't get to see a lot. I will be fair about that. But just based on what I saw, to me, it gave, we are convenient for each other right now. And we enjoy each other enough, and we are attracted to each other enough to have a nice, beautiful, fun summer romance. I don't see any mess. I don't perceive them as people that would have like a messy breakup. I think they would still be friends afterward, but I do not see them as a forever. But again, I know that they're, who knows what they're doing. I can only go based off of what I saw. And I know people say that they're not trauma bonding. I think that they're just, anyway. I do not see the age gap between Nicholas and Alandria being a problem, Lisa. The only reason why is because, yeah, sure, it's not that different of an age gap, but also because Nick is closer to her developmentally, meaning what's happening with his brain. And yes, your brain will continue to develop for many years, but your frontal lobe is pretty much done by the time you're 25. So he's closer to her developmentally than Ace is to Shelly. And that's what I see as the biggest difference. Okay, I want to go from top to, I want to go Gigi, Nikki, and then we'll go Tata, Anika, Monjama, and then Feji. Amina, will you give Gigi her 5 minutes?
Hello again. Let's see. Amaya and Brian. What I'm going to say about them is what I've said in almost every panel, is Amaya and Brian are going to be Amaya and Brian to Amaya and Brian for as long as they can Amaya and Brian. And that's I think it's the easiest way I can sum it up, because we don't see anything outside of just them being Amaya and Brian, right? And it all boils down to physical. Yes, they have some cultural similarities. They have, the cultural common that their families come from the same town. Is there more time? If they had more time to be able to work on it, could it be? Maybe. I think the time away from social media is healthy for them. I just think that the time away from social media and each other doesn't exactly work in their favor. especially since he's already discussed putting down roots in another town, which is not where she wants to continue practicing. I just think it's, it's just not good. So they're going to be Amaya and Brian to Amaya and Brian for as long as they can Amaya and Brian. And so I think that that's where that they're going to be with that. Um, as far as Shelly and Ace, I totally agree. And I've been saying as well that, like, in order for them to make it, that they need to have a therapist, like, on site and scheduled to help them navigate those pitfalls that happen within, that get caused between, like, the mental and emotional gap that happens between them. They need somebody to help, like a third party, to help them navigate that, especially with him being so chronically online as he usually is in the public eye. And not that that's a bad thing. It's just, I think that both of their styles and the way they approach media is a little bit different. And so that they would have to get on the same page and accept that between the two of them in order for them to get somewhere and to make it last. Um, as for Final Dreadstination, um, those of you who have heard know that my Roman Empire is that that man is jealous of Elandria because of who she's with, but that's another discussion that we will have another day. But I think they will stay with each other out of spite. I think if we find out that they did break up, it'll be long after they've already broken up, and they won't tell anybody because there's a lot of pride on both sides. She has to prove that she wasn't just a test, that it was more than just physical. And he has to prove that, to Elandria that, yes, he did find somebody better than her. So that's where that's where that's going to come from. If we do find out they're not together, we're not going to find out until further on down the road. It's going to be a very, very, very quiet separation. I think it's something that's going to be facilitated by both of their families so that there's no blowback. As for Iris and Pepe, if they stay together, and I'm sorry, but they give me Al and Peg Bundy vibes. I see they do. Like, I see them right now. They could be Danny and Sandy all they want. However, if they make it, they're gonna be Peg and Al Bundy. I'm sorry, I said it. That's what's gonna happen. That's what's gonna happen. They're gonna reminisce about the days when they were young and having smacks left and right, and then it's gonna become very, very boring for them. That's where that's gonna be. Um, who am I missing? Oh, and then our clients, our favorite clients. Our clients are gonna have grandchildren. I see it. It's gonna happen. Our clients are gonna have grandchildren. It is what it is. I mean, there's no break. That's Lerv. And that man is so intentional. For him to have used that Alicia Keys song when she was with her family and he was wrapped in the blanket on that balcony looking all kinds of pathetic, and she was like, "Boy, I'm gonna come take your phone if you don't get it." He was very intentional because he knew what that video said. He knew it was that music video. He was very, very intentional. He was signaling then that he was in love because he was like, "If you ask me, I'm ready." That man was and then he was reposting all the videos using that sound. That man was very intentional. They're going to last. Um, he did. He said, "Come home." He told that girl, "Come home." Home is where the house. He said, "A house is not a home." Okay. He knows.
Home.
He listen. She talked about, "I'm gonna come get your phone." He said his response was, "Come home." There's a deeper connection there. But like I said, there's something special to be said about when there is a friendship at that basis. I, like Tina was saying, I can, we both can speak from experience. When I look at it, I don't just look at it from, I try to be funny with it, but I do look at it from a perspective of, I've had my ball and chain for the last 20 years, and I wouldn't change him for the world. But it started off with friendship, and unlike Tina, who showed restraint, I gave it up after a Kill Bill 2 movie 7 days later. So it is what it is. We're 20 years in,
Are you
you know.
sure?
But that's my take on the couples, man.
Awesome. Okay, will you move us to Nikki? Will you give her 5 minutes, and then we'll go back to Tata? And then I literally have 4 people in the queue, so then I will bring y'all up and let you give your takes as well.
Yeah, you can drop me because I've been up here for quite some time, not really contributing much. So let's start with I want to end on Shalace, actually. I thought it was maybe Nick Landria, but I agree. Iris and Pepe, vanilla, bland. It's good for now. I'm happy that, they are the biggest Nick Landry stands right now, and it's cute, but it there's nothing of substance that we witnessed throughout the things that we saw. So it's kind of hard to gauge. They are very physical, they're very lovey-dovey, but that can only take you so far. And I even their conversations that we saw were not, romantic and deep and, intimate the way I need to be on, to be on board with seeing this long term. So that there's that. I definitely agree about Clark and Three Jeds, that they will continue to be together out of spite. I'm worried that Clark is going to, end up in a very loveless marriage. Let me just say that. I could see them getting married, to be honest with you.
Me too, Nikki. Me too. Me
Thank you.
too.
Thank
Me
you.
too.
I can definitely see that happening. Um, and, Three Dreads is a type of man that he will be a boy for the rest of his life, the way Amaya will be a girl for the rest of her life, because they are being praised either from their familiar relationships or the internet perception. With Taylor, he's, his family will allow him to be a boy for the rest of his life. The social media will allow Amaya to be a girl for all her life, and I don't think Brian is going to be looking to be with a girl for the rest of his life. He's going to want a woman. And as long as the infantilization of Amaya is getting her checks and getting her bag, she has no incentive to grow up emotionally, because this has nothing to do with her intelligence as far as scholastic intelligence. It has everything to do with her emotional intelligence. As long as she's being rewarded for not being more emotionally mature, she's going to be a girl for the rest of her life. So I don't see Bramaya lasting longer, and I do think that it's going to be just a fizzle out. We're going to hear about it maybe 6-7 months go around, when everything really dies down and the next thing, the next big thing happens. I'm going to go to Nicolandria now. That's a couple that is going to last the test of time. They truly are, just because at this point, at their age and where they're at and how they've treated each other in this moment of time is an indication of, like, if you can do that now at your age, I know you have long-term potential to make a marriage work, make a loving relationship last. And then finally, Shalace. I agree that this is a relationship that is going to be beautifully long term, but is not, when it gets down to, because Shelly's going to be 28 soon. He just turned 23. The babies are knocking at the door, and depending on where they're at in their relationship, as far as like their careers, that might end up being a problem. I'm foreseeing that being a major problem. But I really wanted to ask you, because my time is ending, is that, do you see the same thing happening with Cordell and Serena, because they have the exact same age difference, and I feel different about them?
Okay, so I won't. So I do. Oh, I have such complicated feelings. Okay, so I
Wow.
recorded this, but I did not post it, y'all. I definitely want to keep watching, is what I'm going to say about Cordell and Serena. I want to keep watching, but there's something there. I can't quite put my finger on it yet, but I do have my pulse on their relationship, watching them on Beyond the Villa. I don't know what it is yet. So, Nikki, this is not a fully formed thought. I think that they very clearly love each other. I think they very clearly care about each other. And there's something underneath. And so I am watching, and I will probably have some takes soon about
So
it.
are you saying there's something underneath that's off?
Yes, there's something that feels off. And I don't know what it is. It might be, I need to keep watching, but there's something that's like that. It's like a misfire somewhere, but I can't pinpoint it yet. So I'm still watching.
Okay, so that makes a little bit more incentive for me to go ahead and catch up because I finished episode 3, and so I just need to because of Kimmy, you know what I mean? Like I had to stop, like it was just too much. But like I do understand that. I do feel a little different in how Cordell moved at 22 as opposed to Ace moving at 22.
Yes. And I think, and here's the thing too, I will say about Cordell. I think Cordell is they're only a few years apart. They're not 5, right? I agree, Ebony. I do think Miguel and Leah would end up being in game. I think that they have the potential to be in game for sure. So what I'll say I think will protect Cordell and Serena is how much Serena has a boundary around like not living together. And really, and to ZL's point, Serena has mentioned Cordell is too young and therefore marriage is currently out of the question. I think them having very clear boundaries and clear communication that feels like they feel good about where they are. I think that is a protective factor for them. It's just something that I'm like, I don't want to say too much because I feel like I would be giving a not fully formed like analysis, but just something is registering in my body when I watch them together. I wanna laugh at who was it? It is the damn cat, Millie Mae. Somebody said that they just want to have a kid feeling, and y'all are hilarious. Yeah, I'm not saying I don't, y'all. I'm not saying at all that I think that Serena and Cordell will not make it. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying that there's something underneath, and it could just be the fact that both of them are kind of holding back because of her saying that like he's not ready because of the age thing. It could just be that I'm sensing. I don't know, but I will keep watching and then give y'all some thoughts once I have them.
I see that people are asking to go next, so I'm gonna go ahead and drop down for you all.
Okay, Nikki, thank you.
Thank you.
Tata, will you, Amina, will you give Tata her 3 minutes, please?
I'm gonna say something negative, and if anyone here is Ace fan, I'm so sorry. But I just started rewatching it. I've been skipping Houdini's parts because I still can't. And I've been rewatching it, and I'm liking Shelly more, but I don't. I'm liking Ace less, and I feel like we don't talk enough about. Are you leaving right now?
Yeah, she's putting up phone.
You want the key, the fob? Give her the fob. Yeah. Sorry, I'm out my word. I think that we don't talk enough about the fact that Ace led Shelly on the same way Taylor did to Alandria, but differently. Because watching this man explore in the way Shelly didn't, Shelly just stuck with Austin and lied to herself and lied to us about how she felt about Austin. But Shelly didn't really explore until Chris. Even with Chris, she didn't really give Chris a fair chance. I mean, Chris didn't deserve it, but she really didn't give him a fair chance. She was waiting on Ace. She didn't chase Ace, which is a good thing, but she was waiting on him to make the decision. So he got to go out there and explore and sow his oats. And then when he felt ready, he settled down with her. And I felt like he strung her along the same way Taylor did, except he didn't go, but he wasn't too nasty about it. And I feel like Ace is not done exploring because Ace has never had a relationship. I think Ace wants to explore. And I think Shelly, I mean, I don't know. Shelly seems like she's into, she's still partying out there. Maybe she's not ready to settle down. But I feel like Ace is definitely not ready for a relationship. I think that they just need to just have a fling and call it a day.
Awesome. You can hear it.
Yeah, that's my 2 cents.
I love it. I love it. Thank you, Tata. I'm going to drop you and bring up Peter. Thank you for your thoughts, Tata. Thank you always for joining the panel. Okay. Will we go to Amina? Can we do Anika next? And we can give her 3 minutes, please?
Right. Okay. So, as I said before, I don't think Ace knows what to do with Shelly, honestly. So I could see them lasting a while, but I could see fissures happening, and unless those fissures are addressed, I don't see them lasting more than maybe 2 to 3 years, if so long. I would love to disagree with everybody with regard to Clark and Taylor getting married. I could see it happening, but I would hate for it to happen, if only because I know what Clark is setting up herself for if she goes long term with him. It's going to be a life of unhappiness. As for Iris and Pepe, I think there wasn't enough for me to kind of gauge if they were going to last. I don't think it is. I mean, Pepe seems to be a stand-up guy from what I'm seeing, but I don't see them lasting long either, and probably too because of Iris's parents, her mother specifically. In that episode where the families met, there was a bit of hesitation with regard to Pepe. So I think that could factor in there. I don't know. I mean, I'm just guessing here. Nick and Olandria, I mean, we're going to see Hilton and Marcel soon. They already have virtual accounts, right? But we're going to see them soon. That man is ready. And I don't know if you all are aware, his mother spoke about the fact that he donated sperm to a lesbian couple friend of his a few years ago. So he's mature enough for fatherhood, I think, in that sense. And I see them lasting. I see Nick and Olandria lasting. I mean, I could go on a whole discourse about what I picked up, with their relationship from the beginning and how he dealt with her throughout. But I see them lasting more or less. Let me see. Who did I miss? Anybody? Oh, Amaya and Brian. Yeah, Brian fell into that relationship in a way where he was not fully invested, in my mind, in getting to know the person. He saw an opportunity. He had fun in the hideaway, and he won. And that's it. And for as long as that happens, as long as it is beneficial to capitalize on that, it's fine. I don't expect that they would last long. I don't expect if they make a year, I would be very, very surprised. I'm not gonna lie. So yeah, those are my takes on everything.
Thank you, Anika. Thank you so much for joining my panel. You always just beautiful throughout the whole live today. Thank you so much for all of your takes.
Thank you for having me.
Of course. Of course. I agree too about like the whole Brian and Amaya thing. I will say, yeah, to a lot of people's points in here, she was not his first choice, not his second choice, not his third choice, right? Like she was like after the fact. And I agree that I think it is about more convenience, even the way that he like chose to talk about her, right? Like the way that he chose to discuss, the way that things went down with them. It's all very telling. Amina, will you go ahead and give Monjama her time, please? Her 3 minutes. Oh, Monjama, are you good, or do you want us to come back to you, babe? Because we can go to Veggie first.
Oh my god, I was chatting. It was mute. But yes, I was saying that I agree with what everyone said when regarding Shalace, that the age gap could be like a huge impact. But I'm 25 right now, and I feel like it's a weird in between. I feel like they could make it, but at the same time, I'm thinking about Shelly's job. Like she has a big girl job, so I don't know if their worlds will really
quote unquote collide more, like enough. But as we all said, we'll see. But I have a bias with Iris and Pepe because when they were like talking about horoscopes and stuff, so it turns out we have like the exact same birthday, the exact same big three. So obviously we're two different people, but when it comes to like love and romance, like we do, well, I will have a tendency to like, you know, to do quote unquote do the best I can, especially if the person's like, you know, good to me and stuff. So I believe they would, I'll give them at least a year, 0.5 maybe. But yeah, like his mom does not like him. I mean, her mom does not like him, so there's also that. And we'll see though. But who else? Amaya and Brian. But didn't they say they broke up already? Wasn't there rumors?
It's just a rumor, though. They keep telling us to stay together.
We'll see. Because, like, even the lives on TikTok so far, again, I'm not there, we're not there, so I don't know what's going on. But the body language, like you said, they will Amaya and Brian as long as they can. But everyone knows I'm Nicolandrian, so I see the future. We hopefully, like, you know, we don't know what's gonna happen, but so far, like, everything's to us is on par. Like, I feel like they're not rushing, like they're getting money, so you know, I think they're gonna last. Clark and Taylor, I'm praying for her because it doesn't give. It does not give. I don't think she's attracted to him, but like you said, they might do stuff out of spite. But hey, Nicolandria, we here.
Thank you, Mandrama, so much for your thoughts. Thank you for joining the panel again. I always appreciate you being in the space. I'm going to drop you and bring up another panelist so that they can give their thoughts. I will say someone did mention, thank you for the rose, Mandrama. Someone did mention in the comments that they felt like, what did they say? That I don't remember who it was, but you can tell me that it was you. But that Clark is that this is going to be in a couple of years, like her testimony. And I literally said that in one of my videos about them. It gives when she gets to the other side that the only thing that we will hear from her is how this was like a growth and development opportunity. Yes, Ebony. I don't know that we'll get the details of what happened, but I definitely think that he will end up being her like canon event, so to speak. Okay, Amina, would you give Veggie her time, please?
Hi, I guess I'll start with Iris and Pepe. I think they're both really chill. I mean, oh God, like almost too chill that I don't see either of them rocking the boat in any way, shape, or form. So I think in a way they might like just decide that they're better off being friends, or they just might last. Who knows, right? Amaya and Brian, I thought they had been broken up. Honestly, I thought they were done. And I think if they do stay together, then it's just a marriage of convenience. Just like, let's do the brand deals, let's get this money, and let's call it a day. Shelly and Ace is an interesting one because, see, I don't think the maturity and stage of life will be a factor because, I mean, from their stories, it sounds like they both like really struggled, and I think having a hard childhood just forces you to grow up. And I think like as bad as Ace was in that villa, like he definitely like ran circles around all these like guys who were supposed to be older than him, right? So he was literally like setting up all the plays. And I don't know, I think Ace is on a whole, I don't think Ace is a normal 22-year-old. My brother just turned 21, and like, no, I think Ace is on a whole nother level. I think because of his like life experience, and this is coming from someone who doesn't really like Ace like that. But I do respect him. I do respect his hustle, and I do think I don't know. I think he's strong enough for Shelly, and the same thing. Shelly is. I think the issue will be a battle of egos at some point. There will be some kind of ego or something going on. They won't see eye to eye, and it's either they implode or they ride or die. Like I see them either going the distance or just like it just not working out. So yeah, but not because of the age thing at all. Sometimes I think the age thing is overblown because I think we have so many different maturity levels. I mean, just based on things you go through in childhood and stuff, right? So yeah, and of course I'm a Nicolandrian to the bone. Like I definitely see them going far. But you know what? I think we should also open ourselves to maybe that not happening for whatever reason, right? And then like being friends. I feel like if anything happens, they're both like mature enough and love each other enough that they will be in each other's lives. So yeah, that's it really. Because I feel like I don't. Sometimes I think, oh my God, like what would I do if they broke up? Like what would I do? So part of me is just trying to like, you know, like not set my expectations too high, you know? So
That makes sense. Thank you, Veggie, so much for your thoughts. Thank you for joining the panel. I
Thank
appreciate
you.
you. Thank you so much, Chris. You've been gifting all of my live panelists. Thank you for gifts to me. I appreciate you. I do want to, and then we're going to go to Amina and then Peter and then Pete and then Antoinette. So I do want to say, so Cassandra, Ace seems very mature in my opinion. And then Ebony said, we also need to talk about the fact that Ace has not been in a romantic relationship before. So again, y'all, for me, it's not the fact that it is just an age thing. It is the developmental, okay, thanks, Gigi. It is the developmental difference, right? I am someone that was very mature at 22. And when I was 27, I could look back at me at 22 and I was like, girl, you used to be tripping low key, right? Because I have a different level of maturity, of emotional regulation. I, similar to Ace and Shelley, had a very traumatic upbringing, which absolutely forced me to grow up way faster than anybody should as a kid. And I just, the fact of the matter is, despite how mature I was hanging out with people, like my sister is 4.5 years older than me. I used to hang out with her friends. I was very mature. It did not change what was happening with my brain, right? So even though I had been in relationships, I was very mature. I was holding down a great job. I had already bought my first house. Again, at 27, I was still a different person than I was at 22. And so it's that the fact that he lacks romantic experience and developmentally they are just in two different places, that I feel like that will be the thing that if they can deal with that, then that will be the determining factor as to whether or not they can actually make it. So I just wanted to address those two comments. And then what we think is mature is not the same maturity as 27. Exactly, user, right? And I think we just don't know that until we get to that age, right? Again, we are very mature for 22, right? But that is going to be different than when we are 27, 30, 37, right? It's all different. Amina, will you share your thoughts, friend? And then when you go to Peter next, please.
Okay. So for me, let's start with the most boring couple. I don't have any thoughts on Iris and Pepe. They're cute, and I'm gonna take Gigi's words. They're gonna be Iris and Pepe for as long as they can be Iris and Pepe. So once it starts to fizzle out, it'll start to fizzle out. Yeah, and I want to know what didn't Iris's mama like about Pepe. Like what? I don't know.
I mean, to be fair, Iris did say that her mom is picky in general. She did say that.
But did she like TJ? So was it a conservative thing? She is from Calabasas.
That's my hypothesis, but I don't have anything to support that hypothesis. So
or is it like a Hispanic hierarchy thing? Because he's Cuban, and what is he, Cuban and Puerto Rican, but he grew up in Spain, and then she's Peruvian, something like that. So it's like European against European. I don't know. So Amaya and Brian, Amaya is not ready for a relationship. Like, she needs to be in a therapist chair as much as Huda does, but just for different reasons. Like, she needs to work on that emotional regulation and just like her communication skills. And I don't think Brian wants a relationship in general. I think he just wanted to do what Nick was doing. He just didn't get there fast enough. Because when I saw him, I was like, that is a Latino fuckboy. He would have been, he would have had me, and then I would have been mad. Because that is my type, and I know them types. Anyway. So, yeah. But if they do last, they're going to be in the most toxic relationship, and it's going to be facilitated by their family, where they're going to have people in their ear just telling them to overlook every bad thing, just stay together. That's what I see. Who else is next? Who else we got? Oh, Shelly and Ace.
Yep.
I think that they're gonna have maybe I would say 1 or 2 good years together, but I think it does not make sense at this point in their lives. It's even those cracks are gonna start to show, and I don't think it's gonna be because anything is wrong. I just think they're gonna realize they are not in the same place. If we don't know if Shelly wants to have children or not, but if she is in that space and Ace is not ready or whatever, or if it's just he gets bored. But I think this is one of those situations where it's a movie where they would come back in 5 or 10 years or whatever. Because I do see that that they do have the potential for a strong relationship, but this is a relationship where they should have met 5 years later, 5 years from now. That's what I would say. And to our favorite couple, what we always say over here is that the Nicolandrians are readers, so we are deep in our romance bag. We were blessed to see all the beautiful things that we read about played out. So that's why we are that kiss literally sent a jolt through the internet, through the world. And then something else that I wanted to highlight is another reason that they will make it is because they have strong family support, and I don't know if Alandria's mother is remarried, but I know Nick's mom, obviously his parents have been together for a long time, and that is very important when you are married. And his mom doesn't give me the toxic mom, whereas if they came to her with a problem, I don't think she would take one side. She would try to advise them from a
a fair
neutral. Yeah, and she would probably lead them in the direction of a marriage counselor if it got that serious. And like I said, Miss Jennifer ain't letting Alandria go. She will disown Nick if he do something.
And that's why when people say sorry, girly, but when people are oh, I think they could remain friends. I agree theoretically. But could you imagine if your man was besties with the girl he used to be in love with? That ain't gonna work. So what's gonna happen for any relationship after each other? Those are my thoughts.
Ella will probably beat him up. To tell him the truth. They'll probably double team him.
That's my husband. Bass freestyle. That's my Chris. Okay, Amina, will you go ahead and give Peter their time? Peter, let's hear your thoughts.
Is it me next?
Yes.
All right. So Brian and Amaya, they're already broken up. I'm sorry. That's over. Is it that they're gonna announce it at the reunion, or they're probably gonna wait a couple months after to announce it? But they're already over. Brian is into the hype. That's the whole thing. He's into the hype. He likes the hype. He likes the fame and the attention. And also, he is a fuckboy. Let's be clear. But mostly he's into the hype, and he has all these girls that's willing to give it up to him. That just out there, he's into the hype. So yeah, they're definitely over. I definitely think they're over. They're probably waiting until the reunion to announce it, or probably a couple months after, or they probably just do their thing and then keep doing their thing, and a couple months after they'll just say they're broken up. Ace, someone said it before, but she said she stole my words. I was going to say Ace's biggest problem is going to be his ego. That's his number one thing. If Shelly continues to do what she do and get all these brand deals and just become individually big, and Ace remain where he is, his ego is not going to take that. Because that's the main thing that Shelly will have to deal with, his ego. I don't think Ace is mature enough. I think it's not nothing about mature. Ace is the type of guy that his ego would always be the thing that comes first. So any relationship he's in, his girl can't be bigger than him.
So that's the main thing with Ace. Is he will never get he will never get rid of his ego. His ego will always be in the way. A difference between Nick and Alandra is the fact that Nick is proud of just being Alandra's man. That's his thing. If he's okay with that. If his main objective or his main calling is being Alandra's man, he'll be fine with that. He doesn't seem. I don't get ego from him. I get the excitement of just being with her. That's the main thing. And also, the one thing that got me that I know is ready. He kept bringing up their fake son. When a man kept bringing up a fake son that's not real, and keep saying, "I'm glad you're such a good mother to our son." So that's that's so. And also, he said more than once that he's dying to have kids. So yeah, he's ready. He's just waiting for her. The only way that doesn't work out, to me, I see it has to be Alandra. That's the only way it doesn't work out. Is if she calls it off. Who else is left? Pepe and Iris, they're together because it's convenient for them now. I mean, there's no real challenge there. They're both living in California. There's no real tension. I don't see anything for growth there. They're just there because they're just there. As someone said, it works for now, but the second it doesn't, the second it stop being fun, or I'm sorry, they're just too relaxed and too chilled. They're both too chilled person. You need some sort of push and pull there, and there's no real thing to work out. It's just too chill for me, and that's where I stand. So that's everybody. Nick, Ace.
Iris and Pepe. Nope, Taylor and Clark. You didn't say Taylor and Clark.
That one is tough. I could see it ending before the year is done, but just because he's so mature. But then people I know she seems like the type that would go along with it, just based on her personality. She being so amenable and probably so moldable, and she's allowing him to for her to do all these stupid things to her. So she might just go along with it. I'm not sure how long she will do that for. So I can't say. For them, I'm not sure. It could be by the end of the year, they could continue on. So it depends, again, it all depends on her.
Yeah.
Or if he decide that he's over it and tired of pretending.
Yeah.
So it's up to the both of them. That's where I stand.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. I love it. P, will you give us your thoughts on the couples? Amina, will you give them their time, please?
I would, but I am on the bus and I don't know if clear. So maybe I type it out or I
Okay, you let us know what works for you. You could just drop it in the comments. Amina, will you just go to Annette, or Antoinette, I'm sorry, and give Antoinette her time, and let's hear Antoinette's thoughts first instead.
Hello?
Go ahead, friend.
Okay. Hi. Okay, let's start with, I guess, the most forgettable couple, Iris and Pepe. I love Pepe. He is the Chancellor of Nicolandria, and she is the Chancellorette, whatever the hell the female version is. But financially speaking, this is a Calabasas girl whose parents clearly aren't that invested in Pepe. Pepe plays the guitar and cuts hair and has a little cut to his eyebrows. This will last as long as any other California young hot couple will last. Like, let's be real, okay? And like, okay, and honestly, Iris, she's from Calabasas and she's beautiful, so I'm sure it's easy for her to find someone just as handsome as Pepe, who her parents would also approve of eventually. How long that lasts? That could be a year or 2 years, whatever. Amaya and Brian. I'm sorry, Amaya and Brian. We know what Brian is. I give them 2 weeks after the finale before there's like a statement like, we're better as friends. Honestly, I think even if they didn't want to play it cool, if they just went radio silent like on some Beyonce and then all of a sudden you realize like, wait, I think they broke up. Either way, I don't think they're together now. Did y'all see that kiss at that baseball game? Please. No. Absolutely not. That's whatever. And then there's who? Oh, I'm gonna get that. Clark and Taylor. Poor Clark. poor Landry, no, poor Clark. That's who we should be saying poor to. I think that they're gonna get triggered into that whole "I'm gonna prove y'all wrong," which is like her letter to Alandria at that challenge. It's like I feel like she may get into that head, like I'm gonna prove y'all wrong. But I don't think it's gonna last as long as some of you guys think. I think by the time he really gets invested in school, it's gonna be her easy way to kind of slip out, like, you got a lot going on. We're on different sides of the country. Them DMs is bumping. I think that'll be an easier exit for her than like trying to really, really stick it out. And I think him getting consumed, and his family has a lot going on. Veterinarian school, I feel like he's gonna get consumed, and she's gonna be able to easily kind of move out of that situationship at best. And and then of course there's Nicolandria, our king and queen of this season. Praise God. The only reason I think this relationship might actually work out is because despite their age difference, oh yeah, I forgot about Ace and Shelly. But whatever. But besides their age difference, is because I think Nick being only 24 and being in a relationship for 3.5 years speaks a lot to him as a man, as a young man, because man ain't doing it. Like he's a conventionally attractive white man. There is no reason for him to be in a relationship that long. And yet he did. Even if, I don't know if that's the girl he cheated on, but he cheated on somebody once, sometime, I think he said. But I think that speaks to his character. Him donating to that lesbian couple speaks to his character, his parents, and them meeting. I think they said they were love at first sight. I think it speaks to him being like, he doesn't have to be in a relationship with Landria. He was getting this collab with this company because they were invested in him, probably regardless. Like, he didn't have to pull her into that situation. He didn't have to give her these opportunities or like pull her in. He chooses to, and vice versa. So I think that speaks to them. And I also think people don't talk about it, but like, I think relationships where we're both kind of like working from like the ground up last longer. Like Iris her family is wealthy. Pepe, not as much. I'm sure you're okay, but it's not the same. I feel like Nick and Landry are both like what, lower middle class people. So y'all are going to be trying to build something together versus like a Ace and Shelly, where Ace has a lot of funds and Shelly is kind of, has access now, but she's also seems like a really free spirit. Like she's free in relationships, free in life, a lot of experience. And I feel like she's going to be like, you need to, relationship wise, you can catch up. And also on her and career wise, she's gonna have a lot going on, whereas Ace kind of already has his thing and has made it. And I think he's gonna eventually, not now, want her to kind of be there all the time, be his Shelly. And Shelly is not giving his Shelly. Michelle gives a woman with a full life and who has more to go. And I don't think Ace eventually is going to be able to deal with that emotionally. It's cute now because he's never been in a relationship before and she's gorgeous and all the things, but eventually it's gonna catch up that like, no, she's a grown woman with grown things to do, and it's not sitting in your TikTok house making like, if I'm sorry. But yeah, I think that's basically how those relationships are gonna go. I think that for the most part, they're just gonna fizzle out naturally. I really don't believe Clark is gonna let herself get trapped in that way. Considering I think I'm a little bit of her background, like she comes from like a really good family and stuff like that. I don't think she's gonna let herself get trapped in a relationship with Taylor for that long, even if she does want to prove people wrong. So I think that for the most part, they're just gonna fizzle out. Nicolandria, on the other hand, that man told her, "You can be my lover, my best friend, or my partner. Either way, I'm here." And I don't see no other woman being like, "Oh, no, it's not gonna work," because Landry's gonna be sitting there looking at you. Look at
And Jennifer's gonna be like, she's like my daughter too. Like,
exactly. Ella's gonna be like, that was my favorite sister-in-law. I don't know what to tell you. I'm sorry.
I agree. Antoinette, thank you so much for your thoughts. I appreciate it. Okay, so love, I think is how I say it. Love high. You asked, what about Austin and Jaden? Also, what about Hannah and Charlie? I do not talk about Austin or Charlie in my lives because they have really shitty takes as grown-ass men. And so I do not give them space. I don't talk about them. I don't have any thoughts about them. I don't follow them to know anything about what's happening with them because I don't care to engage with them as humans. So we don't have any thoughts over here about them. And then somebody asked really quickly, and then P, I do want to see if you are ready, friend. Somebody asked, I think it was Gay, about
why we see Nicolandria lasting. I will say that, you know, we are very, I will speak for myself, but I think this is true for my whole life because I kind of foster a particular environment in my life. But we're very clear that we are only looking at like, what are the behaviors, what are the foundation that we are seeing between the two of them, and how that has the potential for success because of the way that the relationship has been built and crafted. We have no idea if these two people will get married, but do they have the recipe? Yes. I will say that as a marriage and family therapist, I say all the time that them having this basis of friendship, when couples come into my office that are able to then leave my office successfully, this is one of the key things, the key components that keeps them going strong through even the hard shit, right? So the fact that they have that, to me, is going to put them light years ahead of the other couples. And then, yes, I would also speak from personal experience as well in my own relationship, but that the fact that they have friendship, the fact that this man, when he had nothing to gain from her, still wanted her to win, which clearly demonstrates, right, a level of respect, a level of adoration. The fact that he regards her in that way, he genuinely likes her. That gives them, again, a strong basis. Everybody talked about how they had a fierce loyalty to each other in the villa. That gives them a strong basis when shit does get hard, right? Because ultimately it does. They're going to live in different places at some point, right? Like all of this will be true for all of the couples, really. And so that will give them, they have the basis with like the things that they have experienced to, Alandria is a girl with a boyfriend. Nick is Alandria's boyfriend. Agreed. Nick is locked in, right? And so again, we're just talking about, do these couples have a recipe for long-term success based on what we've seen? And based on what we've seen with these two, that's why we're making those assumptions. P, are you free to give us your thoughts yet, friend? Okay, that's okay. Y'all, I am going to wrap up the live for tonight. I truly appreciate all of you jumping on. Oh, wait, before I did that, there was somebody in here that wanted me to talk about Aaron and Kaylor. If you are here, I will do that for you. Are you still here? Thank you so much. Are you still here? Because I want to make sure that Cookie, okay. So I'm going to drop my panel and then I will just answer this. Cookie, tell me, so everybody doesn't have to stay if you don't want to, but I want to give Cookie the space to ask me these questions about them. Cookie, do you have any particular questions that you want me to answer, or do you just want my thoughts right now? Tell me what you would like to hear. I'm so sorry. Thank you so much for being so patient and waiting. Okay, yeah, so Aaron and Kaylor, they are, I think that so I was actually watching a creator recently that was talking about how we have lost the art of flirtation. And this creator, he's fucking brilliant. If you go to my like repost, he's in there somewhere. He is a brown man. I want to think he might be Indian. I think he's British. I'm not sure. But anyway, if you scroll through, you'll probably find some of his stuff. He's brilliant. And this man talked about how we really lost the art of flirtation. And so what I'm seeing with Aaron and Kaylor definitely is some level of flirtation. Now, whether she wants to admit that there is something else there or not, to me is irrelevant, right? What I will say is that they clearly have some level of like chemistry still, some level of like attraction to each other still. This might be a situation where I would say this is some trauma bonding happening though, right? Because that man gaslit the F out of her in that villa. He definitely gave her some traumatic experiences in that villa. And the fact that she is so, you know, I say to my clients, be careful of places that feel like home when home has not been safe. And I think that Kaylor feels like Aaron feels like home in some ways. He feels familiar to her. And so she is willing to engage with him in a way that actually is not safe and is not evidence of actual like strength. Like this is not something that you need to be engaging in. I will say she is currently in Greece with Torin. Okay. She is currently in Greece with Torrance. So hopefully she has not doubled back. I think they do not need to go back. No, I don't think it's him. I don't think it's him, Stacy. I will see if I can find one of his videos and repost it so that it'll be like the first repost I have most recently so y'all can find him. He's so smart. So smart. Great follow. Definitely recommend. But so I don't think that she's going to double back. I think that she needs to not double back. I do think that at least from what we saw in Beyond the Villa, okay, what we saw in the Beyond the Villa, I think that she would have considered going back if Erin had given it a chance. I don't know where she is today because obviously I only have access to whatever she posts on social media. And to me, that's never really a full picture. But what I would say is like, I mean, he said she tried to kiss me. She tried to kiss me when the cameras weren't around. And I don't, well, I'm trying to decide. I was going to say I don't have a reason to think that he's lying, except Erin was a liar all season. In season 6. So, I mean, he very well could be lying. But I will say this, even if he lied about the kiss part, when they were at Saddle Ranch and he said to her, you're not acting with me today how you were acting with me the other day. And she agreed. She knew that whatever she was doing the day before is not something she would want to do in front of her new man. So that means you were probably being more than just friendly, right? But again, I don't think it's anything wrong with like playful banter and like flirtatious banter. I am a person that is naturally flirtatious. I've had to dial it back a little bit, but I am a natural, people perceive me as being flirtatious. And I will say this too. Y'all, my brain be on 17,000 paths. I will say this too, that a lot of times men perceive just you being nice as flirtation. Okay. But I am watching the googly eyes. I'm watching she's flirting, right? And I do not think she should double back. I don't put it past her attempting to kiss him off camera. I think she would vehemently deny that. And ultimately, I don't think we'll ever really like know the truth about that. But I do think that she definitely was giving like, she might consider it because she's saying one thing in her confessional, but we're watching her act a different way when they're together. OP, yeah, I'll let you come up just to give your thoughts and then I'm going to end the live. So I do think that like, she's not necessarily being congruent with what we're hearing in the confessional versus what we're seeing in person. You know what I mean? And so I think it's possible that she tried to kiss that man. I also feel like she might have doubled back if he had really opened the door. But I feel like sometimes that's just, again, like that sort of like trauma bond coming up around like, oh, I feel connected to him. She was going through like feeling really sad about her life taking off so much. Kayla and Erin, she was feeling really sad about everything that's been blowing up, right? Just all this like fame has really been getting to her. She was feeling depressed. She had lost her friendship with Liv. So I think he felt familiar and he felt like safety, even though she knows for a fact that he's not emotionally safe. But I think that trauma bond was showing up in that moment. So hopefully with some space, she's less in that place. And I think as like the other things feel more healed and less chaotic, she would not feel that way. Let me know if that answers your questions or if you want any more thoughts around it. But that is my perspective around her and Erin. And then P, I'm going to let you come up. So let me invite you real quick and we will hear your thoughts. Okay, so I just sent you an invitation.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, so I think I'll go first with Shelly and Ace. I definitely agree with most of the previous panelists. I do think that the age gap will be a concern, mostly because of the different stages of life we might be in. personally, I feel that like my biggest concern is the fact that Ace, one, is 22 and hasn't been in a relationship. Meanwhile, Shelly is like 28 and she seems to have a lot of experience, both like, romantically, sexually, intimately, all, life-wise, And that I figure like with a guy like Ace, who I generally really like, but you guys I agree in the sense that his ego, does seem like it could take a big precedent in their dynamic if it's not unchecked, right? That Ace will kind of feel inadequate, or like Shelly has bigger things going on than him. And I feel like, especially with the way he was so attentive to her, or at least like with the dates and everything, just creative, wanting to impress her, that he might need like a good amount of validation, if not like attention. And if she was just doing her own thing, being free spirit, going around from one thing to another, doing work, right? Just living life the way she does. I'm not sure if Ace at this point could really receive it that way. I mean, not receive it that way, but like receive it positively. Sorry, I'm climbing up a hill.
You're okay.
He probably can't receive it well, or discuss his issues or concerns or feelings in the way that he should. But I think that Ace is 100% in love. I feel like he really does love Shelly, and he's so deep in it that he tried to deflect. I figure that's why he was like playing around the novella, picking Amaya over her, right? Because it's like, oh, there's no way that like this one girl I saw outside the club and got her Instagram and maybe commented on the feed, right? Picks once, and then I meet her in the villa, and I still feel the same way, if not more. She's the love of my life, or you know what I mean? And like she's my first relationship, you know what I mean? It's like that doesn't even make sense. So he tried to play his cards with his charm, but eventually he circled back. So yeah, I think that I agree. They have a strong chance of having a long, fulfilling relationship, but differences in lifestyle and how they just kind of move about the world will probably be the end of it. But I think their feelings for each other, especially Ace's for Shelly, will be the reason that they would couple up again 5-10 years later, like that one person did. So that's what I think for them. Brian and Amaya, 100%, they're not gonna last a year. They won't. I don't have anything more to say. That's just not happening. Taylor and Clark, I kind of agree. I think that they'll just stick together out of spite, especially since, the way Taylor's moved concerning Clark and Olandria. To me, I kind of hypothesize that it's isolated. Taylor and Clark kind of from the 4-4, greater Love Island verse. You know what I mean? Which will definitely hinder some of the deals they can make, you know what I mean? And the connections they can form. So because of that, out of spite, they might try to stick it together. And she's like, oh, we can be a great brand too, especially with the way that Nick is consistently showing his love. Not only his love, but his appreciation, his devotion to Olandria, and his he's not he's letting it change him, but he's not letting it change his essence. She's kind of transmuting his energy, if you feel me. You know what I mean? I've noticed that when he's around here. Sorry, that's loud. That he truly does calm down. He settles down a bit. You know what I mean? His movements become smaller. His voice is softer. you know, he's super attentive, and then like when he's away, like all the energy just comes back. It's like a flashbang, like bam, you know, jumping all around. You know what I mean? So I can tell that like O's like a calming presence for him, kind of centers him, makes him think slower. And as a person with ADHD, now I don't have the same type he has. It's clear to me that he has the hyperactive. I have the inattentive type. So me, I'm more ditzy, daydreamy, slow. Like physically, I don't move really quickly. But having someone who can like be that lodestone to center you is really like, I bet it's an incredible feeling. If that's what I think he's feeling, just feeling like he can be energetic in all his different ways, and he can still be received with love. That's a huge thing, because having ADHD, yeah, sure, if like, you know, there's that like stereotype where it's like, oh, you know, they're just like full of energy and like, haha, sometimes I forget, but like it can really like rock your like self-esteem, how you view yourself, especially when it comes to academic or like social circles, because like one of the biggest things with ADHD is that you forget things, you forget to make plans. That's why he's so spontaneous. He doesn't think of these things until it's about to happen, you know what I mean? Right? You misplace things, you're sloppy. It's just your brain's in a scramble and you're trying to patch up the thing, but a new spring leaks, you know what I mean? It's very like stressful mentally. So having someone around who can like calm you down and like make you go at life slower, and I assume that Olandria is like very forgiving, very, well, not, if not very forgiving, but like very understanding, and is like taking Nick as he is as a totality, not like, oh, I like these bits of Nick, so I'm gonna hyper focus on those bits. She's taking him as a totality, and I think to him that's extremely comforting. That's extremely comforting in a world that doesn't really like to, you know, consider us neurodivergent folks. So I think they'll be really good. Though, Taylor and Clark, yeah, they're just gonna be. See, I did it. I got sidetracked. But Taylor and Clark, because of that, Nick and Landra's relationship, right, and how open and like, you know, bombastic Nick is gonna be about his feelings, or at least he is for now. I feel like he's gonna cool off once he, people like overly criticize him, like, oh, he's too this, too that, too that. And it's not like, oh, I don't want to show my feelings for Landra anymore. He's like, oh, I want our relationship to seem legitimate, so I'm gonna calm down publicly to. Yeah, so because of that dynamic, like Nick and Alondra, Taylor and Clark are gonna try to make the distance to beat out them, and then like show Olandra that she's wrong. Like, no, like he won't switch up on me. We're good together, you know. So yeah, I think that's that. And then continuing on, like with Nick and Olandra, I think, like someone said, I think you said, like they definitely have the recipes for like marriage, like a lifetime partnership. But I also like to keep my distance slightly and be realistic in that I think there is a possibility they would separate, but it would be, if not either platonic, then like situational, in the sense that I feel like I'm not really sure where Olandra's head at is, but I feel like if the pressure from outside about like the criticism and like everything just gets too much for her own mental health, I feel like she might separate from Nick, like romantically, or people might get into her head about it, and Nick would totally understand. And again, he'd still be her friend, confidant, partner. And I don't doubt that Nick wouldn't do everything to show her how much he absolutely adores her regardless. So they'll always be in each other's lives. And if I'm being a bit extra, sorry about the sound, I'm in the bus again. I think Nick, with ADHD, can hyperfixate on people. Sometimes people become like your favorite person, and like you just have to like be around them. And I feel like he might maybe do a bit too much when it comes to like affection or like his devotion, or like just having to be around O, and that might put her off a bit. But I think they have the tools to work through that. Like I feel like they're good communicators. If they do, end up not being together, I think this is me being silly, but I think Nick's gonna be like toxic, like not like a toxic ex, but like he's gonna be like a Joe type of like, he's just gonna be around like consistently, like he's gonna be like, oh, he's like, oh, Landria, like, it's not me, but like my mom's like inviting you to like a family cruise trip, and like, you and Jen are like so close, like, it would make her really happy if you like came, whatever. Like, I feel like he'd intentionally stay unmarried for like decades, just waiting, just waiting. She'd be like, oh, Nick, like, when are you getting married? Like, I liked you with that other girl or whatever. He's like, oh, it just didn't work. It's not. He tried to be nonchalant about it. He's like, he's like, I'll let you. I'm still in love with you. Please, take it back, please. But I think they're gonna make it. I think they're gonna. There's a very good chance that they're gonna get married. Either way, they're gonna be they're gonna be in love with each other, and so that's good. Who else? I think that's everyone. I think I'm done. Yeah.
Thank you for making space to come up and share your thoughts. I appreciate you. Y'all, I appreciate you helping me to hit my live goal. I appreciate y'all. I appreciate the likes. I appreciate the follows. Please feel free to follow me. Like the live. Thank you so much for the tiny dinos. Somebody had asked me a question. Oh, it was Cookie. You asked me. Yeah, I don't talk about them, but I will say yes, it absolutely. I suggested everybody go back and at least watch, if you're not watching Beyond the Villa and you care, right? Because if you don't care, baby, don't bother, right? You know what I mean? No big deal. But if you care, I did say it would be a good case study to go back and watch the episode 5, at least the dinner with Kenny and Janae, so that you can begin to see and look for what are those cues, what are those body language things, what are those things that someone might say that would suggest that they don't like me, especially if you're a person that struggles with that. Okay, so if nothing else, you can use Beyond the Villa as a way to look at this relationship that that has dissolved, because of ultimately a level of unlike or dislike due to the race piece, right? And you can just use that to study Kenny's behavior. Use that to look for the things that he says, and oh, now I can see that that's weird, right? So that you can use that in your personal life. Use it as a way to grow, right? If nothing else. So thank y'all so much for joining the live. I appreciate it. I enjoy being able to yap with y'all. I appreciate all my yappers and my think tankers that were in here tonight, holding it down as usual. Please feel free to follow me. I would love for y'all to subscribe to the Think Tank. I definitely want to get our book club started soon. And yeah. Oh, hi, Jamila. We are literally getting off right now. She's one of my other subs. Hello. But thank y'all so much for joining. It's always fun to chat with y'all. And I will see y'all next time.